Alrighty. So, I don't think we've actually been in the house for a hot minute. Not that there is particularly much to show that's different. It's just eclectic shit that I've been getting from my retainers mostly. But yeah, the plan for today is to finish the last 3 lots of job quests that we have. I'm hoping they're not going to be too long, because they're all DPS, and they're all like, well, 2 of them are base game, so probably be pretty quick, and one of them's machinist, which, you know, probably doesn't have too much going on. Like, there's no sort of direct ties in story that I can think of that would make them have significant story beats. But to show you some of the stuff that we do have, thank you, we have this delightful fucker. He's a lamp. I don't quite understand why it is that he glows instead of just his lamp, but he glows. It's very nice. Then I think I've already shown that. Have I? Maybe? I think I probably have. This is disorienting. I'm not used to playing first person. We got this chronometer. I got a fake door. Just to fuck with people. And then down here, I have the jet engines. I don't really have any explanation. I got them from killing Pazuzu. So we have jet engines. I have a bench and my tools so that we can look over what... You know what, let's not look at what's going on. And then there's just random, like, Eureka furniture around as well. It's great. Oh, one thing that I have done since the last stream is get another healer up to 98. So we now have both White Mage and Scholar up to 98, which, as I said last time, is the max level that we're going to go to for now. Once we get into Endwalker, I'll probably take them up to 100. But for now, I kind of want Wondrous Tales to be easier to complete. But yeah. Oh, something else that I've done. This is considerable. I don't know if I had them already or not, but I have all of the Protean crystals and Pazuzu feathers that I will need to get the last 3 Animos relics that we need, which are going to be from the jobs that we do the job quests for today. And I've been working my way through Pagos, which is painful, but it's been going pretty well, actually. And so I am basically, apart from Lohi Ice, which I still need a few more, I am about 69, legitimately, 69% of the way through farming stuff in Pagos. Every relic that we have is at Pagos, the first stage of the Pagos relic, or further. So I think it's Pleiades, which is the Astro Relic? Yeah, that I've got to +1. So that needs the 16 light and Lohi Ice stage. But it's going pretty well. I will probably, depending on how much I play over the weekend, I'll probably be moving to Pyros next week. Oh, first things first, before we do anything else, let's have a look at Wondrous Tales. I have re-rolled this a number of times. But let's see if we can't get... We're not going to get 3 lines, but we could get 2. There are multiple ways that we could get 2 here. Okay, we've got at least 1 line. Damn it! If that was 1 to the left, we would have gotten 2 lines, and it would have been the perfect X. But that's fine. In fact, I think I'm going to go and turn that in real quick, and I'm going to do that on Gunbreaker, because I want Gunbreaker up to 81. But glam. Legitimately, it's only for glam. Oh yeah. Not an in-game thing, but I have a new mouse. I had my old Razer Naga. So I was using my Razer Naga Chroma, which was starting to die. I got another Razer Naga X second hand to try and replace it, because that's a wired mouse, and generally, like, I don't care about it being wireless. That's got a fucked up scroll wheel, so I then had to get this for basically £200, which is the Razer Naga V2 Pro. And the reason why I got this one is it's rechargeable with USB-C, which I already have because of like Xbox controllers and stuff. And it's a rechargeable battery, so I don't have to like worry about disposable shit, because I just can't be arsed dealing with disposable batteries, and I don't want to deal with them environmentally. Not as in I don't want to deal with them responsibly, but from an environmental perspective, I don't want to be wasting reusable batteries. Motherfucker! I am 20k off. That's fine. Okay. Let's get cracking, because I do have 3 jobs to get through. We're going to start with Bard. So we have both of the aiming, the physical range. To do, and then our last caster, which is Black Mage. Yandel! What the fuck you want? Ah, my dear After. How good of you to pay me a visit, and a timely one at that. Our friend, Sanson, with whom you've journeyed, I met with him but recently, and it pleases me to say that his labours have finally borne fruit. Aye, his proposal for a unit incorporating bards has received formal approval. Even as we speak, he is rounding up members from the unit's inaugural mission. Now, during our conversation, Sanson mentioned that he had a favour to ask of you. In case you haven't yet heard from him, mayhap you could seek him out first. You are like to find him at Quiver's Hold. Okay, so I gotta head to Bredania. Yo yo! Master, it's good to see you. Our hard work has paid off, my friend. I've received permission to establish my BARD unit. Moreover, we've already been assigned our first mission. I couldn't be more pleased. Save for one practical concern. Our new recruits yet lack the experience to embark on an honest-to-God's mission. In seeking to fill our ranks, I immediately thought of you. You're an exemplary among bards, and I should be greatly heartened for your participation in our maiden outing. I've also taken the liberty of requesting Goidalot's transfer to the unit. With your combined experience and skill, we're bound to leave a splendid first impression. Now then, I'll go receive my orders from Commander Julio. May I assume that you'll join me? May I say that I too have a vested interest in young Sanson's success. I should be personally grateful were you to lend him your aid. Okay. Okay, so I need to go and get the orders. Odd. I mean, it's not odd that I would need to get the mission. It's just... I thought he said that he was going to go and get them. If it isn't after, by all accounts, you were instrumental in the success of Captain Smith's previous expedition. We are glad for your cooperation. Now then, allow me to brief you on the mission. Our order has received an anonymous letter, one that makes certain claims. We would have your unit verify the truth of it. There is a tome that holds a damning secret pertaining to the Autumn War. Should you desire it, send your most capable to 9 Ivies. I will be waiting. War between Gridania and Ala Mhigo. That ended 100 years ago. I'm able to imagine what secret could exist that would be so damning even now. Might this not be an ill-conceived prank, Commander? Our leadership believes it likely, to be sure, but it's not a risk they are willing to take. Nay, not with the winds of public sentiment blowing as they are. You all know that our order is involved in the Alliance's relief efforts for the recently liberated Ala Mhigo. Well, there are those among the citizenry that disapprove. A small but determined faction that refuses to forget the wrongs of a century past. They still view Ala Mhigo as the enemy, and ardently oppose our reaching out a hand of succor. Naught potentially incendiary can be allowed to stoke the people's discontent, and we must move quickly. Your mission is to make contact with the letter's sender and ascertain the nature of the secret. You call that a mission? A bloody errand, more like. Couldn't be asked to handle it yourself, so you foist it on the eager new unit. And if the secret proves inconvenient for Gridania, what then? Will you sweep it under the rug, along with all our hard work? Guidalot, mind your tone. You're addressing a superior officer. Ah, so you are the famous Guidalot. Worry not, my friend. Whatever the secret turns out to be, I give you my personal assurance that you and yours will receive due credit for its discovery. That's good enough for me. It's been forever since me and After last performed together, and I just want to enjoy the moment. No complicating factors, you know? The Autumn War is an emotional subject for Gridanians. The older generation especially, and for us bards it is also notable for the involvement of singing archers. In the course of your mission, I dare say there will be much to reflect upon and many opportunities to grow. I wish the three of you the best of luck. Without further ado, let's make haste to 9 Ivies, before Guidalot can exercise any more indiscretion. I forget. I have a feeling that I gave Guidelot like a shit-eating accent. Well, a shit-eating voice. Why am I running? 9 Ivies is East Shroud, right? Where Lady Lawrence is. Yeah. Simpering Youth. Well met, friends. I'm Norval, a humble citizen of Gridania, and I see you received my letter. We've come as you bid. The tome, if you be so kind. But I never said that I had it. And to be clear, I do not. What? Why'd you summon us here? Patience, my friends. I will explain. You see, like many Gridanians, I have an ancestor who fought in the Autumn War. 'Twas he who first learned of the tome in question, after the fighting had ended. In turn, I learned of it from my parents, and since then I've dreamed of poring over its pages. Alas, as it lies deep within Ala Mhigan territory, I was resigned never to have a chance. But then the brave soldiers of the Alliance took Baels's wall, and the way was made clear. When I heard the tidings, the flames of my boyhood passion were rekindled. Finally, I can fulfill my dream. Or so I told myself, before I thought better of it. I am no soldier, you see, and the prospect of wandering a war-ravaged land in search of a tome is, frankly, unrealistic. That's why I decided to reach out to your order for cooperation. Based on my parents' account, I'm confident that I can track down the tome, and I will help you to find it. I ask only that you take me with you. So what say you? I'm but a commoner, and know little of the ways of nations, but it seems to me such secrets as the tome conceals could be harmful to diplomatic relations. Is that not so? So, if we wish to find the tome, we must agree to your company. Quite a demand to make for your nation. You got stones, that's for sure. I like it. Are you serious? A civilian's essentially holding us to ransom, and you praise him for his stones? Look at it this way. We didn't know the tome existed, nor have we the faintest where to look for it. Better to have help than to fumble about blind, I reckon. Come on, back me up here. He sure has stones. I am not so slowly leaning towards them all having, like, country accents. You too, after. Are appearances truly that important to a bard? Setting aside this talk of stones for a moment, I'll not deny that we would struggle without Norval's knowledge. Very well. We agree to your terms, and here's ours. You must obey our orders at all times. To the letter, sir. You shan't regret bringing me along. First, we make for Castramorans, presently held by the Order of the Twin Adder. Thence we'll make our way into the unknown. The issue is that sometimes Bredanians come across as like really sort of like high elf fancy pants fuckers. But then also sometimes they come across as like very down to the dirt West Country. The armies of the four nations, united under... Wait, shit, fuck. The armies of the four nations, united under one banner and one purpose. A sight to stir the spirit. Well, where to now? Pray, do not be hasty, Master Sansa. Before we venture into the wilds of Gyrabania, we would do well to acquaint ourselves with the lay of the land. As a serpent captain, it should be a simple matter for you to secure permission for us to remain here, just long enough to get our bearings. I suppose it would only be prudent. Very well, I'll request permission on command. And I'll get right to bonding with the locals. Always wanted to compare songs from the Four Nations, and the liquor besides. Master Guidelot is quite a character, isn't he? Aye, that he is. Pay him no mind. Now then, I'll make my own inquiries in the meantime. You are to lay low and refrain from bothering the garrison. Understood? Certainly. After, Guidelot and I shall tend the business here. Pray, take your ease until we are ready to depart again. Or whatever the fuck I said. I don't really care. It's all just bullshit, because this is the starting quest of the area. It is nice that we are already in Stormblood zones so early in the questline, though. Ugh. Can't believe I'm saying this, but Norval might be an even bigger pain than Guidelot. Despite my express instructions to keep out of the garrison's way, what does he do but go and bother every single soldier about? And now everyone here looks at us askance. I brought a tome to record mission details, but instead I'm filling it with the names of those to whom I must apologise. I'm sorry if I've caused trouble, but it's simply more efficient that I make the inquiries myself. What a man says amounts to only half the story. How he says it gives you the rest. Besides, I felt compelled to make up for Master Guidelot. All he seemed to be doing was drinking and singing. Well, appearances can be deceiving with him. He has his own way of acquiring information, speaking of which, I'm curious as to what he has learned. Might I ask you to look around the castrum for him? I'll keep a close eye on Norval in the meantime. Why did I do these voices? I could have done something so much easier, and that I can actually try and maintain. Sanson wants to know what I know, has he? Well, might be as I've learned a thing or two, but I ain't ready to share 'em yet. Still need to clear up some details, see? And I'm not one for unfinished tales. It ain't Bardley, as I'm sure you can appreciate. Seeing as you're here, though, there is something I could use an hand with. Of late, masked bandits have been terrorising the area. Not even Alliance soldiers are safe, it seems. Brazen bastards sat on a patrol just the other day. And now we're twin-adder scouts late to return. And chances are the bandits are at it again. I want you to go and check things out. I'd go myself, but I need to keep an eye on our friend Norval. He's been acting queer since we got here. There'll be more to tell later. But for now, you'd best be on your way. The soldier was bound for Schism, the ruins to the northeast of here. Face full of Ixion booty. Okay. I know I've said this for every class, but it has been a while since I've played Bard. Let's see how I do. I mean, I say all of that. Ooh. Oh, okay, so that one's Sidewinder. I've got Imperial Arrow to Rain of Death. Shadow Bite, okay. Thank you. They fell upon me with nary a warning. They knew I was coming. We alter our patrol routes on a regular basis, but they knew. What's more, it's as though they were barring my way. Now's not the time for speculation. I must take word of this back to my superiors. My thanks again, friend. That's the entire quest. Okay. I'm not really complaining, it's just I think that's the shortest one we've had so far. There you are after. So what happened? Was it the bandits after all? Masked bandits in the area? And you had an encounter with them? Like the matron you did not come to harm. Guidelot, why did you not see fit to share this with us? Aye, well, I knew it was nothing Arthur couldn't handle alone. Besides, I had some business of my own. Someone to keep an eye on. I cannot imagine who that might be, Master Guidelot. I owe you an apology. I had assumed in error that you were not doing your work. Unorthodox though your methods may be, there's no doubting their efficacy. Ain't no trick to what I do. Everyone's got a song that's close to their hearts. With a bit of camaraderie in the cups, they'll tell you what it is. Then I strum them their song over art to art, that's all. Thanks to Guidelot, we were able to learn of the recent incidents. So I ask you, will you not have a little faith in us? I'm not certain I understand. Look, Norval, we've made a stop here at your request, that we might gather information for our search. But not once did you tell us what it is we should look for. By now, we have more than a solid grasp of the region beyond. What should we do next? Oh my, did I neglect to tell you? My profoundest apologies. The tome we seek is said to rest in a place connected to Gilbard, the general who led the Ala Mhigan forces during the Autumn War. Now that you mention it, the masked bandits appeared on the way to Schism, and Gilbard was a known devotee of the Fist of Rauga. Just taking a wild stab here, but might be as you're also after the tome. An unsettling notion. Should that be the case, we haven't any time to waste. I will go and make some inquiries immediately. Wait, I didn't give you... for fuck's sake. Leave him. There's something you two need to know. Why is my Oh wait, is it... Roll lock? Yeah, numlock. I got this from a soldier. But Norval's been sneaking outside the castrum while our backs are turned. Bastard's been acting right fishy since we got here, and he tensed up good when the subject of the masked bandits came up. Whatever his true motives may be, we must bring them to light. Rather than reel them in, let's give him some line to act. There's no telling what Norval will do next. While we keep watch, please, see you're ready to deal with anything. That is definitely not the voice that I gave them earlier. Jesus Christ. I need to pick a voice and stick to it, because at the minute they've each got about 5 different ones. We've continued our surveillance of Norval's activities. Beyond a shadow of a doubt, he has an ulterior motive. In order to find the tome, it's past time we took our search to the field. But always he finds an excuse to stall. Whenever I suggest investigating this ruin or that, he'll inevitably claim we haven't enough information. It's plain he doesn't want us out there. Nay, bastard wants all that outside goodness for himself. Try as we might, we haven't been able to find out where he sneaks off to. Warier than a bird, that one. Meanwhile, the masked bandits continue ambushing Alliance patrols. And they always know exactly where and when to strike. It's as though they have insider knowledge of patrol routes. The only explanation being there's a mole in the garrison leaking them intelligence. And who could that mole be, save for Norval? Every move of his marks him as a prime. His voice. This guy has two accents: rural and perfect English. There is no in between. We know little and less of Norval's plot. It can only lead to ill. We must needs bring it to light, and swiftly, or he can do any more harm. To that end, Guidelot and I have been keeping Norval close, allowing him no chance to act. By now, he'll be positively itching to rendezvous with his accomplices. And that is where you come in. We need you to feed Norval some false information that I'm in an alliance meeting and Guidelot a drunken stupor. Our man will not pass up the chance to sneak out. He's like to do so with greater haste than usual. That'll afford us an opening to shadow him to his destination. Drunken stupor? Really? Not so flattering, I know, but you can't deny it's believable. Now then, go to Norval, plant our misinformation. Once you've done it, come and meet us outside the castrum. Both of them unavailable. And there I was, ready to strike out on the trail of a promising lead. Well, disappointing though it is, the search will have to wait. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some business to attend to. So clearly, he wasn't ready to just leave, because he has other business. It worked, my friend. Norval rushed out of the castrum not a moment ago. He was headed east toward a ruin called Gir Kehim. Guidelot trails him even as we speak. Come, let's join the chase. Big fucking burp. Yeah. Let's do it. It's a good old-fashioned tryst. Let's have a peek, shall we? We have it, my lord. Turned it up among this retainers of possessions. At long last. Gilbard's journal. What a moment too soon. Just about outstayed my welcome at the garrison. When that adventurer caught us falling upon the patrol, I'd feared that the game was up. But thankfully the other two were blind fools. All this time watching me and they didn't see a thing. We've only skimmed the tome, but it seems you were right about what happened to Lord Vaincolon. Was there ever any doubt? Once we return to Gridania and make this knowledge public, none shall harbour so much as a shred of sympathy for Ala Mhigo. That shall pave the way for us to propagate Lord Vancolon's will and advance our agenda. At last, we've uncovered Norval's purpose. And the time's right before our eye, and the tome is right before our eyes, no less. Commander Julio spoke of a faction that vehemently opposes our aid in Ala Mhigo. Dare say we found them. How did Norval come to lead such a crew? What's this talk of Vaincolon? What? The Brodanian general sung about in nigh 100 songs. Who led our forces against Gilbard in the Autumn War? Only to die of an illness before fighting was over. Aye, the very same. Having lost his leadership, he would have lost the war entirely had the other nations not come to our aid. Don't know about the rest of you, but it seems to me our damning little secret pertains to Vinculon. Norval seeks to use it to stoke the fires of anti-Ala Mhigan sentiment to some sinister ends. This cannot be borne. We cannot let him have that journal. Are you with me? Is it going to be that he was poisoned? Oh yeah, right, I have 2 DOTs, right. And then the other thing is that this resets the timer for both of them. Right? Yeah, boy. Fuck you! Fuck you, bloody! Is anything else gonna happen? Because this is making me feel like my damage isn't very good. What? Oh! An impressive move. I would enjoy having something like that on my protein. That'd be a fun AoE. Perhaps you're not such blind fools after all. Very well. Take your journal. Aye, take it. Read it. Know the vile crime the Ala Mhigans committed against Lord Vaincolon, against my own blood. See the folly of aiding such honourless people. What do you mean, your own blood? So he's a descendant? That doesn't seem that weird. Did I mishear? Did he just say that Vaincolon was his ancestor? Aye, that's what it sounded like. Vaincolon, a folk hero loved by all, celebrated in countless songs, and that pain in the rears this descendant. Never would have guessed, any road. We got bigger concerns. Let's see what this musty old tome's hiding. To Vaincolon, I extend an invitation to negotiate peace. The meeting must be in secret, I explained, for not all of my officers share my view. My opponent accepted and arrived at the appointed hour. Peace? Everybody knows there weren't no peace on offer. The hell's this about? Wait. It continues. Without suspicion, he took his seat. Without suspicion, he drank the poisoned wine. The effect was swift and sure. Within moments, the man lay dead at my feet. Wait. Vaincolon was murdered? By poison? To this day, Lord Vaincolon remains an object of worship among many Gridanian. Were they to learn of this, it would pose a serious and ongoing impediment to diplomatic relations. There's no denying that some Ala Mhigans did some terrible things in the past. What Norval's trying to do ain't no better. Might be as he's after the truth, but nothing good will come of this. Certainly not any decent songs. Truth. Tell me, Guidelot, when we surrender this journal to our superiors, what do you think they would do with the knowledge? Seed seers aside, I reckon the brass hats at the Adder's Nest would want to cover it up. Bury it nice and deep, and pretend it never existed. Aye. Nor would I put it past them to exploit the knowledge to gain leverage in dealings with Ala Mhigo. Whatever they do is none of our concern, is it? Duty compels us to hand the journal over to headquarters. You're the leader of our merry band, Sanson, and duty compels me to obey your orders. Right, though they often are. You decide whether we hand over the journal or not. Guidelot would entrust this decision to me. What are you after? Yeah, you should decide. Yeah, that would be proper. As leader, mine is the burden of decision. At any rate, this ain't the place for moral dilemmas. Get ourselves back to the castrum before Norval and his mates decide they want another go. So this was the level 65 quest. There's still 2 more. But that felt kind of like the level 68 quest. Guidelot's disappeared somewhere in the castrum, giving me room to ponder matters I shouldn't doubt. I've since read through Gilbard's journal, and I'm afraid there's no 2 ways about it. He summoned Vaincolon under the pretense of peace, and then slew him with poison. However, one mystery remains. It appears one of Vainklon's sons was present at the fateful meeting. Landrinel was his name, and he narrowly escaped with his life. But instead of crying bloody murder, he announced that his sire had died of illness. He is a man who witnessed his own flesh and blood slain, and in the most underhanded manner, yet he concealed the truth. Why did he do it? I don't understand. But it avails us naught to agonise over the motives of those who lived in the past. Nay, our quandary concerns the future. For the future of both nations, the truth is best kept buried. No good can come of digging it up. It is crystal clear what must be done. And yet, though my mind sees the logic, my heart rebels against the idea. Forgive me. It seems I require more time to think on it. The instant we had Guildbard's journal at headquarters, the truth of Vainklon's death is all but guaranteed to be struck from history. I thought long and hard on a course of action, what we should do with the tome, and I believe I'm drawing close to the answer. Before I make my decision, however, I'd ask you your honest opinion. Do you think the sordid truth of the Autumn War should be made public knowledge? Even should it jeopardize our relations with Ala Mhigo? Ascertain its credibility. All we've got is a book that claims it is Guildbard's journal. That's it. Verily, a sound choice demands a sound grasp of the situation. As ever, you're an island of calm reason amidst a sea of chaos. Thank you, After. As a leader of our unit, I'm now ready to make my decision. Let's find Guidelot. He'll wish to hear it too. Now, for some reason, he's just behind the buildings. Because why wouldn't he be? So, you made up your mind then? About what to do with the truth? I have. I'll go to the Adder's Nest and entrust the journal to our superior's care. Above all, we cannot allow it to be used as an instrument of hatred. Having said that, neither will I stand for the truth to be erased. I'll oppose any attempt to do so with all my being. I'm not sure I understand. What do you want to do exactly? I'll hand over the journal on the condition that the truth be revealed one day, when the people are ready to accept it. Call me indecisive, but I can't bear to see the tome misused, nor the truth willfully buried. Well, well, look at you. Sanson the Stiff, standing his ground. Goes without saying, but I'm with you, Chief. Ain't no one going to exploit or erase history on my watch. Thank you, my friends, for trusting in me. Don't let it get to your head, eh? Had your decision not been to my liking, I would have knocked you flat on your ass and resigned from your swiving unit. So much for you to decide. Never change, Guidelot. Captain Sanson, right? Some fellow asked me to pass this letter to you. This is from Norval. The journal is yours to do with as you wish, but ere you take it away, I'd speak with After, and After alone, one last time. I await you in Dimwald by the Precipitant One. Oh, this reeks. Tell me it don't. But if this is a trap, why'd Norval ask for the strongest of all of us? He may truly have something important to say. Conversely, it would also offer us a chance to convey our intent. I'm loath to expose you to danger, my friend, but will you go to this meeting? Don't like the idea of you going alone, but defeat the purpose of the meeting. At the first sign of danger, though, get out of there fast, alright? Apparently today is just one of those days that is really, really bad for me to do voices. It's a good thing that I'm doing 3 lots of story-based quests. What perfect fucking timing.
Oh my god, who could have seen this coming? Oh god.
He just wanted to get us out of the castrum so that he and the bandits could attack it. That's why he asked for only the strongest person. Because that means that all the people that are left are weak. Or weak by comparison, at least. Oh, you're back. But where's Sanson? Another letter arrived right after you left, asking for him to come as well. You're really alone then? Swive me, you were just a diversion. Sanson was the real target. Thought it'd be alright seeing as you'd be there, but I should have gone as well. God strike me down for a fool. If you didn't see Sanson, they must have nabbed him on the way to Dimwald. Come on, we have to find him. Book was lying here. Message in blood, the gumps and mummers. We have your friend. We'll send our price to the Adder's Nest. That Orson can take his ransom and shove it up his arse. We're gonna storm their hideout, tear them all new ones, and free Sanson. Keep calm. Damn it, Arthur, how could you always be so calm? It's downright contagious. And you're right, of course. If we charge in, we'd put Sanson at risk. We need help if we're going to save him. Come on. Let's hurry back to Gridania, to the Adder's Nest. Okay, and then it'll be the level 70. That was quick. Or is quick. Soon. Depends how long this last quest takes, I guess. But it's only taken probably about 40 minutes so far. Oh yeah, can't use it yeah. Can't use it in a city-state, that's fine. I've just reported the situation. They're going to call a meeting to talk strategy. And as for Gilbard's journal, I'm still holding on to it. Told him it's for the chief to hand over. None too pleased. Fancy that. You see, unlike our friend Sanson, I don't have much faith in the Order. Don't trust them to act in our best interests. The journal's our bargaining chip. Not only with them, but Norval beside. It'd be good to bring old Johantel into it as well. He'd want to know. Might even have have some sage advice to share. But for now, we sit tight. Wait and see what the Order and Norval will do. And then we plan some doings of our own. Till then, rest up and save your strength. We're gonna need it. Oh, yeah, I get Refulgent Arrow. Good timing. Norval's demands just arrived. In exchange for Sansam's freedom, we're to release the content of Skilbard's journal to the public. Bastards won't be satisfied until all the Gridanians ate all Ala Mhigan's guts. The brass ats are deliberating a course of action as we speak. Not much we can do now, but wait. Command has made its decision. You will not wish to hear this, but the Order rejects Norval's demands. He and his band are to be summarily eliminated. What? Hold on just a minute. You don't even try to negotiate Sansam's release. As a nation, we cannot bow to acts of intimidation. I'm afraid negotiation was never an option. And here I must repeat the order for you to relinquish the journal at once. So what you're saying is you're abandoning Sanson. You're gonna let him die. He is the great Vainclon, hero to all Gridanians. But you won't even lend an ear to his descendant. Oh no. Instead, you choose the easy way out. Just kill everyone, even your own man. Wash away the bloody past with more blood. Just to be clear, I ain't siding with Norval. There's no excusing his method. There's no excusing yours either. It's bullshit, that's what it is. Aye, it's bullshit. Now, pray, do not be so quick to despair. For I was simply relaying the outcome of Command's deliberation. A deliberation in which the Elder Seedseer had no part. As you say, Guidelot, the orders are bullshit. Not the words I would have chosen, but you speak the truth nonetheless. And I, for one, have no intention of abiding by them. The decision was largely influenced by a small handful of our leadership. Not the boldest handful, if I may add. It is plain from the fact that they did not think to bring the matter before the Elder Seedseer. Captain Smith is a dear comrade. Like you, I would spare no aid in any effort to rescue him. And I'm pleased to say that we're not alone in this sentiment. As a matter of fact, I've already reached out to my Lancer and Archer acquaintances. They stand ready to aid our cause. Oh, now we're talking. There's still hope for the Order if it has good blokes like you, Vorzy. I'd thank you not to call me that. Now, the Order will move as soon as they ascertain the enemy's location, so time is of the essence. Guidelot, pray, take words of these developments to Jahantal. Meanwhile, after, I need you to bear word to the two guildmasters, Eorzean and Eorzean. Tell them the time is nigh. Pray, return here swift. It's definitely not the voice I gave him either. Let's just throw all voices out of the window for today, because it isn't going well. It isn't going well. Yo! The time is nigh, then. Very well. We shall make ready to depart at once. When the call came, full many here offered their bows. There's not a soul here who knows not of you, and Jahantal and Guidelot. Together, let us rescue Sanson. Q. Lancers. We're away. Aye, Russail has briefed me on the situation. Stanson once trained in these very halls. I should like to hear his excuse for being captured so easily. At any rate, you may count on our lances. That Sanson was one of our own is reason enough. This request comes from both you and my longtime friend Russail himself. There you are. Not a moment too soon. Things have begun to move. Scouts report that Norval and his band have since returned to Twelveswood. They made their lair in the North Shroud, near the shards of Dalamud. Even as we speak, the Order mobilizes a unit for an assault. We must be there ahead of them. Set out at once. Make first for Alder Springs. I'll instruct the others to join you there. I'll remain here to stall our forces as long as I can. Godspeed. I'll try again with the voices for the next quest line, which is going to be machinist. So, you know what, the posh voice and then pirate might actually be more accurate when it comes to machinist. We're ahead of the Twin Adder crew. Let's keep it that way and get right to work. Guild friends will take down the sentries and secure the area. We're free to get close to Norval and give him the thrashing he deserves. Sweet dreams are made of peace. Who am I to disagree? Well, well. I was not expecting you two. Here to deliver the Gridanian's answer, are we? You wish, you craven whoreson. Whatever your demands are, it ain't got nothing to do with us. Oh, you're acting alone. Thought you had some wits. Or do you care that little for your friend? Kill Sanson before you get your answer, and all deals are off. Everything you've worked for up in smoke. Do you care that little for your goal? Mayhap you have some wits after all. But clever though your ploy may be, have you the strength to back it up? Oh, don't you worry on that score. We're gonna knock you around so hard all the scales will fall from your eyes. If that ain't enough to make you see clearly, I'll even slap in a song. Something lively to wake you up from your misguided beliefs. Yes. Yes. Okay, so he has multiple AoEs like that, apparently. What the fuck? Oh, that was the song. Okay. That was easy. That was easier than the last time that we fought him. Why? Why do you not understand? Why do you not see the Ala Mhigans for the filth that they are? Let each spear be thrust for everlasting peace. Let each arrow be... Fuck. That song. How do you know it? I learned it just recently, with a spot of help from Jahantel there. He showed me Vaincolon's grave, which I understand your family's been tending for generations. The song was engraved on the headstone. It's a fine piece. It ain't hard to see why your ancestors loved it. Taking up arms that we might have peace, so the words go. Words that came from Vaincolon himself, as a matter of fact. The Autumn War gave birth to a good many anthems, and a good many of them borrowed his words. Take a look and you'll notice a recurring theme. Peace and harmony. How dare you preach to me of my ancestor? For generations my family has sought justice for Lord Vaincolon. Possibly comprehend our pain. Not us, perhaps. But I dare say your great-grandsire, Lord Landrinel, could comprehend it better than any man. He witnessed his own sire murdered before his eyes. He knew the painful truth, yet he chose to keep it a secret. Why was this, do you suppose? It was because he knew that, above all else, his sire desired peace. Had it been made known that their hero was struck down by treachery, ordinary Gridanians would not have been satisfied with protecting their homes. Nay, they would have demanded justice. They would have demanded blood. The war would have raged on, leaving yet more death and destruction in its wake. And the peace that Lord Vaincolon dreamed of would have gone up in smoke. Knowing this, Lord Landrinel... Spare me your lies. Lord Vaincolon desired Ala Mhigo's destruction. You cannot tell me otherwise. Tell me, young man, did it not strike you as odd that I knew of Lord Vaincolon's grave? That which your family has kept secret all these years. The explanation is simple. I had the honor of knowing Lord Landrinel. Like you, he admired Lord Vaincolon and everything he stood for. What he stood for, first of all, was peace and harmony. If you would honor both their memories, you would do well to honor these ideals. No. This cannot be. My ancestors despised Ala Mhigans. Yes, they all did. If not, everything I've labored for. All the blood and tears have been for naught. I ask not that you forgive, but know that neither will we forget. When the time's right, I'll see to it that all know of Lord Vainklon's great sacrifice. This I swear in Nofika's name. Nods. I ask only that you believe, as your ancestors fervently did, in a brighter future, one of our own shaping, undarkened by shadows of the past. Worry not, Arthur. I'm quite well, thanks to you and Guide a lot. Ended with only a few cuts and bruises. But ere I may rest, I must see to one last task, making good on my promise to Norval. Come, let's return to the Adder's Nest. Wait there. My apologies for keeping you waiting, Commander. I have Gilbard's journal with me, and I'll surrender it on one condition. Once the veracity of the tome's contents is ascertained, the Order must make the truth public knowledge when the time is right. On this we are of a mind, Captain Smith. Not only will I relay your terms to our leaders, I'll speak strongly in favour of them. But know that mine is but one voice, and more shall be needed if we are to strengthen our cause. As such, you must rise through the ranks swiftly to stand with me. Stand with you? Fear it will take me a while to attain that honour. To be fooled and taken captive so easily. I'm still green as summer grass. 'Tis true that the success of this mission is owed much to After, and you would do well to give her your profuse thanks. However, I suggest that you also give yourself more credit. You may have much to learn, but you'll learn them in good time. This time, you were faced with numerous trials, yet did you not accomplish your mission in spite of them? Aye, listen to Vorzi. We came back with the tome. No one can say we didn't do our jobs. Look at you. A bit of praise and you're a stunned marmot. I won't do it all. If you're going to shape the future of our nation, you're going to have to shape up. You're right, Guidelon. From leading our unit to fulfilling my promise to Norval, much rests on my shoulders. Come what may, I'll ever stand tall and forge on. After, I must needs go file my report, but ere I leave, I'm going to offer you my heartfelt thanks. Not only for your invaluable aid, but for being an example. By following your lead, I'll strive to become the best leader I can, that my unit's song might one day serve to rouse all Gridania. And off he goes. Good that he's hale and hearty at any rate. I'll stick with Sanson for a while. Make sure you don't tear open any stitches. In the meantime, would you go and let your Hantel know that we've returned? I'll be along myself soon enough. But speaking of the old man, to think he knew Vainklon's son. Don't get to that age and not rub shoulders with a legend or two, eh? Willing to bet that he didn't know him. And he just lied. Sorry, my parents have been texting me. But here we go. Yeah, that only took about an hour. I see. My thanks for bearing word. The Sanson and Guidelot may not have endeared themselves to the Twin Adder leadership. They found a stout ally in Commander Julio. I must say, it truly stirs the spirit to see the younger generation blaze a new path. And I pray that Norval too will find his own path to walk. One that is paved not with hatred but with hope, that leads to peace both in the world and in his heart. This is what his ancestors would have wished. In him I see them, and it calls to mind my days spent learning bow and song under his great-grandson. Kindly old man who tirelessly tended his father's grave, never forgetting the ideals he stood for. Somewhere along Lord Vankelon's line, those ideals had faded away, but thanks to you and yours, they may yet be restored, and made bolder still by a true remembrance of the past. The world should be a better place for it. Wait. So yeah, we now have Refulgent Arrow. And what does the armor set look like? Is it... Oh no. Pipe. Oh. Hold on. What does... Oh, okay. I'm trying to find some nice shorts. I don't hate those boots. Those are actually some nice boots. Hold on. There is a horn that is deliberately been placed exactly where our hand goes, so that it is just gonna constantly be clipping through. That feels a bit lazy, but okay. And then we have Baelnort. Ooh. I actually kind of like it. Cool. Okay. We'll do the relics. That's the wrong thing. We'll do the relics at the end, because I can do all three of them at once for Animos. So, Machinist, which has us heading to Foundation, of course. I still need to do these Sky Steel relics for crafters and gatherers. I mean, I'm probably not going to do them for crafters, but I should do them for the gatherers. They look cool. could change the title real quick to get rid of Bard, because we've done... Go. After! Fortuitous that you should choose this moment to visit. Pray, forgive my abruptness, but are you acquainted with Ishgard's watch and the commoners who fill its ranks? Truly! You've worked with Hilda before. Splendid. Absolutely splendid. Let us then discuss the problem at hand. Following our fair city's shift to a more egalitarian form of government, there have been talk of arming the city watch with machinist weapons and equipment, the very type of initiative for which I have long advocated. And as part of this plan, I've been asked to provide a competent instructor. And as dearly as I wish to fulfill this request of Hilda's, I'm afraid suitable candidates for the role are in woefully short supply. Surely you've heard news of Ala Mhigo's liberation yet? Well, the aftermath of that little conflict has seen the manufactory swamped with commissions for both materiel and marksmen, with not a single machinist to spare. I was even forced to relinquish Joy, my indispensable right-hand woman, for some far-flung deployment. And so, you must see why your presence here this day strikes me as something of a godsend. Who better to accept this position than our most accomplished machinist? I understand, of course, that you have your own business to attend to, and can hardly spend every waking moment training them watch. Thus do I intend to share your duties with our old friend Rosenthal. Aside from his extensive knowledge of firearms, he was once the Commodore of the Knights of the Barracuda. Such experience should prove invaluable to the Watch's leadership. He's the natural choice to serve as your partner in this enterprise. From what I've been told, our former instructor was recently spotted arriving in Idleshire. Pray, come along, and lend me a hand in persuading the foul-mouthed brigand to return to Ishgard. Oh, hello. Have you seen this place, Arthur? My prospectometer is simply overloaded by such potential. Why, the goblin technology amassed in the main square alone could keep me tinkering for days. Not that we'll be here nearly that long. Rosenthal's a striking fellow. Someone's bound to have noticed him. Shall we ask around? I mean, while I'm here... Okay, well, neither of those was very good, but eh. Oh. Can I interest you in a guided tour? No, just a question. I have seen such a man. He was just walking down this street, as a matter of fact. Eh? Big lad with an eye patch? Yeah. I marked his passage as I would that of any dangerous beast. Stay your path and you'll find him like as not. He's headed to the hard place, isn't he? Of course he is. He wants a drink. I've seen you, man. Headed into the hard place he was. All swarthy and mysterious like. Half a mind to follow him in there. Heyo! Is he sleeping? He looks sleepy. Ah, I see you've kept one step ahead of me. At least this time around, our dear instructor was not so damnably difficult to locate, eh? Thought I heard me some familiar voices. Now what brings the two of you all the way out here? Not just a yearning to glimpse this ugly muck again, that much is certain. Astute as always, my friend. We have, in fact, come with an offer of employment. You want me to teach trigger work again? Bugger that. Why didn't you have Joy do it? Joy is far too humble to fare well as an instructor, and is fully occupied by other manufacturing business besides. You also have considerable experience with commanding a military company, if I'm not mistaken. Are you bloody daft, or did you just forget? Piss-poor leadership of the Kudas is what ruined my reputation in the first place. Do you honestly reckon a man like me's fit to take charge of training your city watch? You're the best man for the job. Bloody hells. You must be desperate if I'm the best you got. Well, scratch hard enough and it might be as there's some steel left under all this rust. Then that means you'll accept. Trim your sails there, boss. I'll make my final decision after I've had a chat with this lapse that leads the watch. Seems we must arrange a meeting with Hilda. Would you mind handling the introductions? My thanks. Now, I really should be getting back to the workshop. I have a small mountain of munitions to make if I'm to honour all these commissions. Do the manufactory proud, my friends. Ugh. Just when I was getting bleeding warm again. I'll see you in Ishgard. What the fuck's going on here? Are we clear, or must I repeat myself in simple terms? I expect very little from your low-born riffraff. If you wish to serve Ishgard, then know your place, and keep well out of our way. Bastard blue blood. He'd not wag his tongue like that if his boss was around. And a fine day to you after. A little bird told me you'd be on your way. The lads and lasses were well pleased to hear they'd be learning at the foot of the Ishgard saviour. And you must be Rosenthal, eh? I'll warn you right now. Watch's a raw lot. They ain't used to formal training. You need to work them hard before they'll count for more than cannon fodder. Work them hard, you say? I do things the pirate way, lass. I'll have them pissing blood and wailing for their mums by first bell. We'll see about that. Don't know about Limsa's back alleys, but the Broom's not a place what suffers wilting daisies. What my lot lack in skill, they make up for in spirit. I like a challenge. Now, tell me more about how this watch of yours fits into Ishgard's defences. Well, we're officially back in the arms of the Eorzean Alliance, ain't we? And if the Temple Knights are marched out to deal with some crisis, the streets will be left a touch thin on soldiers. That's where the watch comes in. We've been something of an independent operation till now, but the houses want to put us on the payroll. They mean to use our numbers to plug the holes in the walls, as it were. And the best part is we get paid to do more of what we was doing for naught. Coin in our purses and food in our bellies. Can't complain about that. Aye, but the arrangement's not to everyone's liking. There's inquisitors and nobles alike looking to trip us up at every turn. They ain't keen on the idea of commoners being armed and organised. I reckon the only way to shut those bastards down is by convincing everyone else that the watch is something worth keeping. But if we mean to prove ourselves, we need proper equipment and training. That's why I took most of the coin we'd been given and went beckoning to Lord Hullianar. Now we have firearms and 2 clever blighters to teach us how to use them. Aye, I've heard enough. You can't properly protect folk what don't recognise your authority. Just do as old Rosenthal says, and we'll soon teach them bastards to respect you. Here's what we're going to do first. Gather a crew of your finest lads and lasses, and slap a name on them. One what will get them naysayers to sit up and take notice. What? You mean an elite company like the Dragoons or the Heavensward? I reckon a good name might impress some of the Eyeborn, but I'll be buggered if I can think of one. Well, let's see. How about Eorzean's? Ooh. Ah, you mean Hilda's Hounds? I do like the sound of that. What do you say, lads? As soon as they've picked a crew for the Hounds, I'll start teaching them the basics. Then after they've had a chance to learn barrel from stock, you can come back and test their skills. Sound like a fair division of labour? Right then, I'll whip them into shape before you know it. Let's just see how tough these broom-born bastards really are. Come see how we're doing then. Aye, well there ain't much to test yet. Things are coming along, but progress has been bloody slow. Not one of these buggers has the flair for the irons what Year Joy showed. Best let them get back to it then. I've a different favour to ask you. The Watch has been tasked with its first big job. It's standing guard at the Temple Knight's investiture ceremony. The ceremony is an important event, and setting the Watch to, well, watch over it is a gesture that's meant to embody the new spirit of harmony between Highborn and Lowborn. Lucia didn't honey her words. She said that making a mess of this duty is like to harm our reputation beyond saving. The Hounds will be knocked down before they can even take their first steps. But getting back to that favour, there's to be a meeting to discuss security concerns for the event, and I want you sitting in on it. You see, the representative for the Temple Knights is the kind of bloke who has me itching to shoot him in the teeth. Pompous bastard by the name of Muscadine. If you're there, I might just be able to keep my trigger finger under control. Thanks, After. I appreciate the support. I'll see you at the congregation then. The congregation's there. I was getting confused with the tribunal, I think. Is that the one that's like north of Last Vigil? I went into the pub. I was not informed. After he is my advisor. Trust her advice a damn sight more than that of a certain empty-elmed, stiff-backed blue blood. I'll not dispute her place at this meeting. In fact, I'd be far less inclined to entrust this duty to a certain foul-mouthed, disrespectful commoner were she not accompanied by such an advisor. My apologies for the interruption, Sir Muscadine. I bear urgent news. Speak, then. Sir, a thief has breached the vault and stolen the sacred blade fronting. Fronting's a sword what's used to dub new knights. Or so they tell me. That place is crawling with guards. Hard to imagine how someone even managed to get in there, let alone filch anything. It's unthinkable. The treasury door is secured with several different locks. Sentries stand vigilant night and day. None could approach without notice. Fuck no. The sentries claim they were struck senseless. They later awoke to find the door to the treasury hanging open. But of all the valuables secreted within, only the blade was missing. By all accounts, the entire incident took place over the span of a few short minutes. This burglar obviously had a plan and was very precise in its execution. And you say that only Fronting was taken. The loss of such a prominent symbol right before the ceremony bodes ill for Sir Aemeric's reputation. The Lord Commander cannot afford to have his authority eroded at this delicate stage, lest Ishgard once more fall prey to infighting and insurrection. We must reclaim the blade ere its disappearance becomes common knowledge. Ugh, not the time nor the nights to spare for this. Well, my hounds might be able to help you there. They're the best the watch has to offer, and I reckon they can keep their gobs shut. Your ceremony's our time to shine, though we've a vested interest in seeing it go forward as planned. There's no harm in getting on Sir Aemeric's good side, neither. What say we look into it? Do as you wish. With After's assistance, maybe even your mob of commoners will see some modicum of success. Now, if you'll excuse me... Prickly bastard. You'd think he'd show a bit more bloody gratitude. Anyways, enough of that. We've a sword to find. We can begin by asking some questions, I reckon. Get our own idea of what happened. Ready to put on your Inquisitor robes? Good. I'm the perfect bloke for us to talk to. I know a knight what took part in that raid on the vault a while back. Just so happens to be captain of the Treasury Guard. Let's head to the Oplon and see if our man's about. By the looks of it, this might be a longer questline. Because there's more fucking talking! It is the tribunal. I remembered. I did. Mistress After and Mistress Hilda. Sir Muscadine told me to expect you. I thought he'd no time to spare. Does this mean you're here to help or hinder us? Here to help you, of course. Here, material evidence from the scene. All 7 locks of the treasury door were destroyed. And this scrap of metal was found lodged in one of the kiosks. Huh. The impacts crushed it all out of shape, but that looks like a bullet to me. Our culprit's wielding some sort of firearm. Firearm, did you say? Who the shit are you? Has there been yet another crime committed with one of those horrible inventions? By the gods, I can scarcely sleep at night for worry. I suspect this is all the fault of Sir Aemeric's precious revolution. Who might you be, miss? And what do you mean by another crime? Why, the tales I've heard at high tea this past week would curl your toes. They say a musket-wielding brigand now terrorizes the Western Highlands. Just when the threat of those dragon-loving heretics has finally ended, a new nightmare rises to take their place. Unless you think this some noble lady's fancy, even the traders come to supply the crozier speak of shots echoing in the air near Hemlock. Dreadful. Simply dreadful. I understand that our knights must honour their oath to aid foreign nations. Must it come at the cost of keeping order in Ishgard? Look at me! I've become positively flushed. I must retire to my chambers. Was she hard of hearing or something? That slathered harpy didn't so much as glance in my direction. An unfortunate habit of the more traditional highborn, I'm afraid. Such stubborn examples aside, however, your actions have taught many of our nobles the wisdom of heeding the common citizenry. Aye, not been ignored like that in a while. Well, thank you for the bullets tonight. Good day to you. As much as I'd like to ignore her ladyship's babbling, might be worth looking into this rumour of this bandit up near Hemlock. Considering the timing and how the treasury was robbed, it's just too much of a coincidence. We've a couple of leads to follow, eh? Why don't you take the bullet to Stefanovan and see if he can tell us where it came from? Meanwhile, I'll head out to Hemlock and look for anyone who's armed with a carbine or something similar. Come join me once you're done with the bullet. Might be as I'll need your help with the search. And this is where Stefanovan is going to tell us that it's one of the bullets that they make. Skysteel. After. Now there's the training of our indomitable one. You have something for me? Yes, this is certainly the remnant of a bullet fired from close range, but more than that, I can't tell you. It may have been made right here in the manufactory, but honestly, there's little difference between our ammunition and the bullets forged in Limsa. I'm sorry, the deformation makes it impossible to identify an origin with any degree of accuracy. Okay, that was disappointing. And of course, there's no convenient teleport in Western. Hiya! Seems you got a little bit fucked up, huh? I have actually played Machinist a little bit. Just not at this level recently. My thanks. I was paying too much attention to the ground when them beasts came at me. Managed to put down one or two, but what's that you got there? Ala? These were tamed beasts. Collar, eh? Huh. These curs must have been set up to guard the place. But they seem wild enough to me. I found signs someone was here. Could be that her ladyship's brigands more than empty parlour talk. Let's get back to the broom before we compare notes, though, eh? It's bloody freezing out here. And this was all the level 53 quest, right? Right, so what have we got? Did that bullet have a tale to tell? That's too bad. Thought maybe we could learn where it came from at least. Seems that leaves us chasing about this mystery bandit. Maybe I'll head out to Hemlock again and have another poke around. I'll stick it out here and keep drilling the troops then. You'll be first to know when they're ready for inspection. We'll make you proud, don't you worry about that. Don't stay away for too long, eh? We've a thief to catch. Got something to share with you after. I pulled a scrap of parchment from a campfire found up by Hemlock, and the bits what weren't blackened and burnt were an interesting read. Seems it was a contract of sorts, promising the sale of a historically significant blade to a certain Laminson merchant. I'll give you one good guess as to which bloody blade I'm referring to. That Laminson bloke never gives a name, but he's infamous for building a trade empire in the ashes of the Calamity. There's rumours aplenty as to why this shifty bugger's so successful. Not half of them point to a profit made from black market goods. It turns out this infamous merchant was stopped at a checkpoint on the border. The temple knights there were keeping an eye out for stolen sword and reported that the trader was last seen making for Boulder Downs. Seems to match up with what we read in that contract, eh? We need to find that merchant and wait until a thief shows up with the blade. What say you both? I can count on you to come along, alright? Now, you just hold on there, miss. I took your instructor job, but that don't mean you can drag me into the fray to wipe your goddamn asses. No one's saying you have to do any fighting. Think of it as a chance to train us in the field, even if you might need to dodge a bullet or two. Why do I let myself get roped into these messes? Well, seeing as that merchant's giving me homeland a bad name, suppose I can help you out this one time. I better see you out there too, though, after. That's settled then. Get your kits and meet us out near Boulder Downs. I think I'm going to change my minion, because as much as I like conditional virtue, they just keep getting in the fucking way. Give me Squeak. It's been a while since we've had Squeak. Yeah. Squeak. I also apparently fast traveled to the wrong location. Whoops. Found the merchant. He's out there doing a deal as we speak. But first, we need to make sure his customer's the thieving bastard we're looking for. Sim, grab another round and sniff out the situation. Best go too, just in case them pups run into something they can't handle. If Sim fouls this up, be sure to give him a good smack across the snout for me. What? Ilda don't trust us or something? After all the drills Rossendor's put us through, I reckon we can manage a bit of spying. Really? The fact that this is an instanced thing makes me think otherwise. Are you certain of this? As I recall, the client requested that fronting be delivered directly upon its acquisition. Aye, that was the deal. We delivered the sword, but then our client, as you say, turned around and gave it right back. Change of bleeding heart or something, I don't know. Look, can you fence the thing or not? Yes, yes. I'm sure we can come to an equitable arrangement. Oh, no. Aye, this is the bloke. Yeah, ma'am, he's got the sword. Understood. Ilda's getting ready to charge in. We wait here for the rest of the hounds. Okay, no, actually they did. They did do a good job. Sacred Blade Fronting. An impressive piece, heavy with history and tradition. Should fetch a fine price with the right buyer. Well, thank the bloody gods for that. Now, about our share. I got something to share with you right here, brigand. Who in the bloody hells are you? Ilda's hounds. We uphold the law in Ishgard, and you are all suspect in the theft of the sacred blade Hrunting. Ishgardian soldiers? Not risk my life against you fanatics. You better have dropped... Okay, you did. Get back here, you cow... Ugh. Don't know how you found us, but you'll not be leaving here alive. I mean, I think we outnumber you. So we probably will be leaving here alive.
That's far enough. Right there.
Let me fight you. Oh, no. Rossenthal may have already done it. Oh, shit. One shot, one kill.
Let's finish it.
Fucking die. Please. And well, that's still after the bandit chief himself. Looks like we got this lot sorted. We'll march them back to Ishgard, squeeze them for information, and hand them over to Muscadine. We did it after. We got the sword back. The Ants have done well, eh? The Ants have done very well. Thanks, Arthur. It means a lot coming from you. Of course they bloody done well. They got me to train them. Sorry, Oda, but the leader's gone. Seems the bastard had a chocobo hidden nearby. He was in the saddle and away before we could catch him. Ugh. Well, there's naught to be done about it. The blade's ours now, in any case. So let's call this one a victory. Damn their dime. Arthur, hang about a bit, would you? There's something we need to discuss. What the fuck you want? When you was fighting them bandits, I got a glimpse of the leader's weapon, and I reckon I might know where he got it from. But I'll need to do some snooping around before I'm certain. Old habits die hard, I guess. Anyway, do me a favour and tell Ilda that I'll be taking some time off until I've satisfied my curiosity. Okay. I mean, that makes me think that it must be from Limsa, right? If he knows it. Because otherwise he'd go to Stevanovan. Given that all of the guns in Ishgard are made by the manufacturer. Welcome back. Wait, where's Rosenthal? I thought he was with you. Eh? Taking time off to chase it after lunch? What the hell is that old pirate up to? I guess we'll just have to muddle along without him while he's looking into the firearm business. Besides, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a bit curious about it myself. What about you? Come back to the broom when you can, and it might be as well have a tale to tell. Where have you been after? I've been itching to open this letter from Rosenthal, but he's addressed it to you. Come on, let's hear what he has to say. Mystery solved. I took a good look at Naldik and Vimeli's stock. The firearm's one of theirs. Limsa has some bloody strict regulations on the export of firearms, so our bandit chief must have had a back alley supplier. Get your ass to Limsa Laminda and we'll find out who put that weapon in our thief's hands. I'll be at the Aetheryte on the lower decks. So he's on the trail then. Good. Just let me get my gear and we can be off. What? You're going with After? Is that really a good idea? I'm with Sim on this one, Ilda. If the leader of the Hound starts picking quarrels on foreign soil, we could be looking at all sorts of trouble for Ishgard. Ishgard's where the bloody trouble started. And since when have folk of the broom been content to sit back and let others handle the dirty work? I'm going and that's the end of it. But I promise I'll be on my best behaviour. Aya. What in the bloody hell's is she doing here? Put your bleeding name on the letter and all. I need to see this through. If I don't, then what are the Hounds good for? You just have to humour me. I was aiming to avoid political complications, seeing as After and me ain't tied too tightly to any one nation. You're just lucky to have a soft spot for fools who ignore the risks to make a point. Let's get to it then. Bloke most likely to have supplied that firearm's the same bastard what tried to buy the sword. Our black marketeer friend. If we're lucky, he might have an idea of where the brigands run off to. I've a mind to squeeze him until an answer pops out. Aye, I'd like to have a word or two with that bandit leader myself. He's a loose end that needs tying up. Then we're on the same page. According to my sources, we should find the merchant in the anchor yard. Let's get over there and get this business over with. Well, if it isn't the Hounds, was it? What can a humble peddler such as myself do for Ishgard's finest? Tell us where the fuck we can find him. For a man in my trade, no commodity is more valuable than discretion. If I were to disclose such information, my customers would cease to trust. If you're not feeling helpful, then maybe I should pay a visit to the Yellow Jackets and mention the firearm your valued customer was using. Maybe I'll just skip straight to them as upholds the law. Now, let's not be too hasty. Maybe I can make an exception in this case. in exchange for your silence regarding my trade in exotic weapons. I believe the gentleman in question has a camp at Providence Point in the Central Highlands. That's where I would look. Providence Point, eh? Well, it's a start. If you're playing us false, I'll be back to feed the crabs with your lying tongue. In fact, if I ever hear you dealing in stolen goods again, you can add a few more body parts to that list. Nice doing business with you. Oakley dokley. Providence Point. Am I gonna have to fight something? Probably. Maybe not. What? How did you... Ah, you've signed your own death warrant coming... Oh, Jesus. Oh, yeah, I've got air anchor now, too. Because I'm level 80. Get fucked. Gods, no. You killed me, precious. Came running when he heard the shots. Seems you had things well in hand. Oh, bugger me, there's more of you. Please, I'll do anything you ask. Just don't kill me. Stop your blubbering, cur. He ain't gonna kill you. Not yet, anyway. That'll depend on the answers you give us. Answers? What are you talking about? The identity of the bandit's employer! Wait, it weren't the black market bloke. I guess he'd have wanted more than just a sword, eh? Them other brigands we captured were bloody clueless. They only knew what the job was, not the who or the why. Meaning the whole deal was made through this bastard. Start barking, dog, and you just might save your own hide. We was pirates once. That is until that bitch admiral passed her bloody law. Blokes like us, though, we ain't cut out for honest work. We'd almost drunk through the last of our plunder when that back alley peddler showed up with some overpainted wench. Said she'd a job for us. All we had to do was filch a special sword from the Holy See. For the purse she offered, we'd have stolen the old bleeding vault. And who was this woman? Part of the deal was we didn't ask no questions. Even the merchant didn't know her real name. It was odd-eye, but we needed the coin and didn't rightly care either way. The job itself was easy as taking a piss. She even paid for me to have a firearm to use, and sent us down a route where we didn't see no guards. The gods only know how she managed that trick. All we did was follow her map, and then shoot the locks on the vault. Walked in, grabbed the sword, walked out, bold as you please. Trouble came after the delivery was made. She gave the blade back to you. Aye. She sent for me again the day after, pushed the sword back into my hand along with a sack full of coin. Said she'd made a mistake or something, and that I should sell the damn thing. Well, I ain't fool enough to try fencing a relic like that on my own, so I went back to the merchant. You were fool enough not to properly burn your contract of sale. Shit, fuck, what the fuck, whose voice was that? You were fool enough not to properly burn your contract of sale. How do you think we found you in the first place? Contract of sale? What in the hell are you talking about? You think I'd leave a deal like that in ink for the whole world to see? Things are starting to make sense now. It's just one little problem with your story. Told you the truth, I swear. It was that wench what put us up to it. Aye, that bit I believe. What catches in the craw is her reason for handing back the sword. It was no mistake. And us finding that contract of sale this bastard says he never wrote was no mistake neither. No. He was led by the nose to reclaim Front Ring before it was sold. And the quickest way to learn the why of it might be to ask the blade itself. Would you mind carting this piece of offal back to Ishgard, Rosenthal? Come with me. We need to pay us a visit to Muscadine and convince him to take a closer look at that sword. It's not fronting, is it? It's just some common bitch. Mistress Arthur, how may I... you again. Was there some choice insult you'd forgotten to spit at me during our previous meeting? Truce, Muscadine. Wouldn't be here if it weren't important. I see. So you believe that Front Ring may have been altered in some fashion before you were allowed to reclaim it. It's a bit too bloody convenient, don't you think? Maybe I'm wrong, but I'd rather look the fool than risk something happening at the ceremony. We need to check that sword. I must admit, your passion confounds me. The blade is recovered and your hounds have done their duty. Why bother pursuing such a faint suspicion? Why willingly endure the presence of a man you so clearly despise? Oh aye, I hate your bleeding guts, but once we take on a job, we do the damn thing right. Arthur gave her all to save Ishgard. How could I look her in the eye if I let our petty feud get in the way of my duty? Such pride. I have not seen this side of you before. It is as you say. If there truly is some flaw or trickery in the blade that disrupts the ceremony, the consequences could be grave indeed. And yet, there are rules in place which prevent me from simply handing Front Ring over to the hounds. Furthermore, our resident blacksmith has already inspected the recovered weapon and declared it sound. Even so, I will call upon Lord Stefanovan to conduct an independent examination. A machinist may notice a detail a blacksmith would overlook. I trust this can be accomplished with the requisite discretion. Very good. As far as the release of Front Ring is concerned, the manufactory is a sanctioned facility. The bureaucrats will be satisfied even should I secure the necessary permissions after the fact. I shall begin making the arrangements. Well, that's that then. Let's get back to the broom and tell the news to Rosenthal. No. Wrong person. Muscadine's not known for his love of the lowborn. Didn't expect he'd just... I thought I'd have to put up more of a fight, is what I'm saying. Well, the sword's with the manufactory now, so I've no complaints. That's where it had meant to take it in the first place. Now we wait. But don't get too comfortable. Things are sure to come to an end soon enough. We've just had a messenger from the manufactory. Seems they've finished looking over the sword. Let's head on over and hear what Lord Stefanovan has to say. I'll just fucking run. All the relevant parties appear to be present. If you would, Lord Stefanov. Very well. I'll cut straight to the point. I've discovered a small bomb concealed inside the hilt of the sword. This particular explosive was part of a batch intended for Temple Knight training purposes. It's designed to be detonated from a distance. I won't bore you with the specifics, but I assure you I'm quite familiar with its capabilities. After all, I was the one who made it. Bloody else. Someone went to a lot of trouble to sneak that bomb into the ceremony. An assassination attempt. Unlikely. As I said, these bombs were designed for training exercises. Even if you were grasping the hilt when it exploded, you wouldn't even lose a finger. Some nasty burns at the worst. That would be more than enough. If the sacred blade were to be dropped during the investitures, many in the crowd would interpret that as a sign from the Fury. Lord Commander's authority would come into question, and responsibility for the incident would fall squarely upon the Hounds. Oh wait, that was Muscadine. Fuck. Whoops. So someone wishes to discredit a watch beyond salvation. That would explain the ridiculous rumours presently circulating among the lords and ladies. Rumours? What rumours? Why, that Frontring's theft and recovery was orchestrated entirely by the watch itself. Some of the more impressionable members of the nobility are convinced you armed bandits with firearms, instructed them to steal the sword, then capture them yourselves to elevate your standing. And the mood's already sour and simmering. If the sword exploded on top of that, it'd be like throwing oil on the fire. Reason be damned, it'd be the watch's heads on the chopping block. Who could have instigated the gossip behind these baseless accusations? I ordered the events surrounding Frontring's theft to be kept in the strictest of confidences. The woman who arranged the theft. You would know all about it, wouldn't she? I suspect this villainess fears the threat to the status quo, and the high profile of the Hounds has made you a target. A strike against you is a strike against the idea of any commoner bearing the power of a firearm. I'm flattered to know we've become so important, but she picked the wrong pack of dogs to corner. Now it's our turn to go on the hunt. Going after the mastermind, eh? I'm all for a bit of retribution, but we'll need a better description than overpainted wench. Fortunately, my prospectometer and I are one step ahead of you this time. As soon as I discovered the bomb, I set to work crafting a device that would help us pinpoint the location of its paired detonator, thus lead us directly to the one who holds it. I propose we simply proceed with the ceremony as planned, and catch this fool red-handed. Not a bad plan, as long as we're prepared for any accomplices she might have lurking along with her. The ceremony is almost upon us. Let us steel ourselves for the task ahead. We'll sort out our strategy, then head back to the broom. Meet us there when you're ready. Let's do it. Right after. The ceremony's about to begin. Here's the plan. Muscadine and the other Hounds will be handling security as scheduled, so as not to arouse suspicion. We reckon the lady will have someone watching the proceedings, ready to tell her the best moment to detonate that little bomb, likely right as the blade rests on an initiate's shoulder. That's how I'd do it anyhow. The Watchers shouldn't be too hard to spot, and the Hounds can nab him before he gets away. Meanwhile, we'll be waiting at St. Voilerant's Forum with Stefanovan's device, ready to move as soon as we're sure of the detonator's location. Bring your best ammunition. This woman can organise a clear route through the vault. She's like to have worse than a few ragged bandits on her side. What's taking so long, boss? The ceremony's already begun. Some quiet, if you will. If I can catch the exact moment the detonator is activated. I have it! The signal came from the far edge of the broom. The smug bastards are hiding right in our home territory. Right, and we'd best go give them a proper bloody welcome. This is Melissi. Is the crowd enjoying our little What? Nothing? Not even a puff of smoke? Surprise! We found your bomb. The hounds. I know you. You're that noble bitch what ignored me outside the vault. In the right place at the right time to plant that bandit rumor, eh? I suppose you was the one who penned the contractor's sale, too. What nonsense is this? I have no memory of fraternizing with commoners. Huh, got your attention this time, didn't I? Good thing, too, since I've a wagon load more questions for you. Here's one. Are your Inquisitor friends there going to come quietly? You and your hounds will be the only ones surrendering their arms this day. Not only have you interfered with official inquisitorial business, you've also insulted and accused an innocent member of the nobility. Mayhap a spell in the dungeons will remind you of your station. Now see here. The hounds have solid evidence that these individuals are party to a serious crime. Speak with Sir Muscadine and all will be explained. Now we meet the rest of the rats. If you was wondering how the noble wench got hold of a training bomb or cleared a route through the vault for them bandits, then there's your answer. I reckon they'd show their whiskers sooner or later. No! Sworn to protect Ishgard, and you chose to throw your lot in with this highborn dolt. Sir Aymric's fighting to keep the city from tearing itself apart. Why don't you just stab a blade in his neck while you're at it? The time for empty bravado has passed, child. We are not common savages. Give yourself up, and I promise you shall live to see the morrow. You can stick that promise right up your arse. That common enough for you? This is over. In our authority as Ishgard's watch, we're taking you in for crimes of larceny, insurgency, and general bloody idiocy. Sweet. Well, that was easy. I mean, I know that we're literally using guns against people, but Jesus Christ, was that easy? I know that's only the first phase, but fuck. That went well. Wait, where's the noble woman? Bah, the wench must have slipped away while we were in the thick of it. She can't have gotten far. There she is. Go on, shoot her. There, she flees towards the ark. After. Come on, you lot, after her. Aid, Sir Knight. I know not their grievance, but these low-born ruffians seek to cause me harm. Let us dispense with the theatrics, Baroness Milsay. After capturing your accomplice at the ceremony, it was surprisingly easy to prize free the details of your plan. You have sided with these common curs? I thought you were a proud member of the nobility. As one of the chosen few, how can you countenance any acts that places power in the filthy hands of the broom-born? The chosen few? An accident of birth allowed us the privilege to fight for our nation, and I, for one, welcome our new comrades in arms. Your actions brand you an enemy of Ishgard, and you will pay for your crimes. This is blasphemy! I am an inquisitor. You betray your bloodline, and thus it falls to me to excise the corruption seeping into our nation's veins. I'll kill you! I'll kill you all! Good luck with that. What the fuck? Okay.
One shot, one kill.
I have bought this enemy type enough to know when to run away from it. Oh, I should probably kill this, huh? Better do something about that ball of fire. Let me shoot it.
Let's finish it.
She sounds like the thief or rogue woman from Xenoblade. I forget her name. Well, at least she transformed back. Makes it very easy to condemn her when she transforms into a fucking dragon. It is finished. The Baroness and her cronies believe that none but the nobility are fit to lead Ishgard's people. They resented efforts to bring highborn and lowborn closer in standing, and 'twould seem that the Hound's formation was too great a threat to be endured. All we want's a little respect and the strength to defend our own. Why are they so bloody afraid? They fear the erosion of their status, and I must confess to feel a whisper of that unreasoning terror. Had I succumbed to my jealousy and hate, I may have joined them on their twisted path. But I had misjudged you. I believed you so reviled the circumstances of your birth, you sought only to bring ruin upon Ishgard. Until recently, you wouldn't be that far off the mark. It was Arthur and Sir Aymeric who convinced me that fighting for change was a damn sight more worthwhile than adding to the misery. Indeed. Pray, forgive the barbs I have slung at you and your hounds, Captain. I've been blind to the courage and determination of the common folk, and I humbly request that the Watch continue to aid us in the defence of the city. You didn't deserve all the spite I spat at you neither. I see his face when I look at you. Just can't bloody help myself. I'll try to work on that though, eh? I must go now and see to the proceedings of the prisoners. Be well, sister. Sister? Yep. They had the same eyes. Like, I'm sorry, that was not a very surprising twist. Your siblings, then? I was unaware that you and Sir Muscadine were so closely connected. Let that part out, did I? Aye, he's me half-brother. Born to another woman after my darling dad cast my mum back onto the streets. Well, that ain't a thing that you just blurt out now, is it? Not something I bring up too often, no. I don't reckon Muscadine was too keen on declaring his relationship to the mongrel, especially after he'd inherited the old man's estate. Well, might be as you can put that bad blood behind you now. Better than drowning in it any road. Might be as you're right, Rosenthal. A most admirable woman you've become, my dear. Not to mention a champion to the people of the Broom. It seems I was right to put that firearm in your hand. And I thank you for taking that gamble. You gave me more than just a weapon that day. You gave me control over my fate. If it weren't for you, I'd likely still be scrounging in the street and cursing at the sky. It is gratifying indeed to see how far you've come. Now, I really must return to the workshop. This mountain of commissions only grows larger the longer I neglect it, as Joy would so sharply remind me. We best get back to the Broom ourselves. Sim and Udestand will be wondering what's become of us. Oh, come on. I should be able to drop down there. Oh, wait, never mind. There's a big old fucking hole. Maybe I shouldn't. The sword's been returned. The Baroness is in fetters and the hounds have shown themselves a force to be reckoned with. Happy endings all round, eh? Your lads and lasses was a bit rough to start with. I can't rightly call them pups anymore. You'll do fine without us, I'd say. What? So you're both leaving then? Thought you'd have a few more tricks to share. Don't start whining now, lass. We've given you the tools and the foundation. You can build the rest of the bleeding house yourself. Aye, now we can. Thank you. Alright, let's not get all bloody sentimental then. I'm off. Fair winds to you. Our thanks to you as well. Come back and visit when you can. I'm sure the hounds will have some new stories to tell. And now I have a flamethrower. Fire. So, ends upon use of another action. Oh, it's for 10 seconds. That's a potency of 800. Of course, that is over 10 seconds. So it's actually the equivalent of, that's what, 5 GCDs? No, 4, because it's like 2.5 for every other action. Yeah. So that actually means it's a potency of like 200. Right? No. I don't know. I guess it depends how often it ticks the 880. But it is an AoE. So it's better than Bioblaster, potentially. Okay, we've got one... Hold on. First, let's have a look at the armor. That's a fucked up looking Tommy gun. It looks like it has two... It looks like it's two guns. Like it's two pistols or SMGs that have been stuck together, butt to butt. Because, like, that looks like a gun. And then that looks like a gun. It's just two guns. I feel like I should be able to take them apart and dual wield. Okay. I don't hate the goggles. The goggles are kind of cool. And the boots aren't bad, but yeah. Oh, I do kind of like that it comes with a built-in necklace. Although that kind of looks the same as most of the early game necklaces, so it's really not that great. Okay, so last thing that we have is Black Mage, which will be going to Uldar. Yep. Where do you want me? Yeah, you want me where Blue Mage is. Okay. I need to do more Blue Mage at some point. I forget that that's where Viper is. At least for the after having just unlocked Viper, then he might move to a final location. Heyo! Ah, Arthur. I'm glad you're here. I would consult with you about a matter that's been gnawing away at my mind. Thanks in no small part to your efforts, the books of Nalthal have at long last been reunited in these halls. Their long-lost secrets just waiting to be unearthed. Though I've scarcely begun poring over the tomes, I've already made a most remarkable discovery. Each of the twin tomes contained a cipher of sorts, the meaning of which could only be deciphered when the two are referenced in tandem. I'll spare you the details of how I unraveled the message, though it truly was among my finer moments, if I dare say myself. At any rate, the words, once decoded, are most evidently an incantation, albeit one entirely unfamiliar to me. Beneath it was writ a simple directive. Heir to the dark arts, speak these words unto Nold's reflection, that memories long forgotten may stir anew. As to what precisely these words are referencing, your guess is as good as mine. Still, Master Kukuruka doubtless preserved the incantation and the accompanying message in his records for a reason. If we are not the heirs to the art of black magic, then who is? So I trust I can expect to see you at Noel's reflection. Do try to hurry, yes? I prefer not to delay any potentially epoch-making discoveries any longer than necessary. Where is Noel's reflection? Yeah. Oh, okay, starting it right off. I actually haven't played Black Mage in a little bit, so I'm probably gonna suck. As I was still kind of getting used to how they changed it. And that is all you need to know. When I give the sign, you are to chant the words precisely as I instructed. Understood? Now after. My anaconda don't want none unless you got buns, hun. It's working! Light! You. Yes, you shall serve as the bringer of destruction. As for my vessel, yes, that one should suffice. Avoid scent? Or... Huh? Whatever was that strange sensation? For a moment, it was as if a great fire burned within me, and then... Now it's as if my very mind is being rent in two. And this voice... Well, well. It feels good to walk the earth for the first time in 2 millennia. Seems that old coot proved himself useful after all. If he hadn't kicked it, I'd find him and give him a pat on the back. And what are you gawking at? You are a black mage, are you not? Surely you possess the common sense to recognize the woman who stands before you. Or will you be needing a hint? Some would call me Death's Handmaiden. I always found that particular epithet so needlessly morbid. Though, technically speaking, I am but manifestation of a memory. You may call me by the name I used in life. Shantoto. At your service. But I jest, of course. It's you who are at mine. I must say, what is it with black mages today and these unwieldy hats? Do they truly believe it makes them look more imposing? Or are they merely compensating for something? In either event, I have no need of such adornments. And of course, yep, that's her hair. Now that's more like it. After, was it? Of course it was. Now that we're on a first-name basis, you'll have to tell me all about yourself. On second thought, let's skip that. Time is short, and to be quite honest, I don't particularly care. At any rate, as I might have mentioned, I am not the true Shantoto as she once lived, but rather a manifestation of her memory. My memory. Needless to say, that still makes me the most powerful sorceress currently existing in your world. You do well to remember that if you ever have a mind to cross me. Well then, now that we've gotten the pleasantries out of the way, what do you say we have a little fun? Prepare to be blasted into a gazillion itty-bitty pieces. Oh, come now, must I spell everything out for you? I must know if you are sufficiently adept at the dark arts to help me forestall impending doom. This is by far the easiest way to do so. Not to mention the most fun. Prepare for a world of pain. So I believe Shantoto is a character from Final Fantasy XI. Because you can get her staff in Eureka, Hydatos. Oh yeah, I have ley lines. I don't have polyglot though, do I? Again, I might be terrible at Black Mage. So, sorry. It's not my least favorite class, because that is still Dragoon. But it's definitely not my favorite. I much prefer Summon. I've gotten very comfortable with Red Mage, with how much I've been playing it. Whereas the main lot of what I've done, Jesus. Yeah, the main bulk of what I've done for like Summoner has just been to do stuff unsynced. Oh wait, what am I doing? I have Mana Wall. I should be using it. And then what was it that does? That does that, right. I legitimately don't... Oh, I already have Blizzard 4. I should have been using that. I didn't realize that I already had that. Origins of Flare. Oh, actually, that wasn't that bad. Okay, no, it is that bad. I'm just going to keep using Blizzard 4 because it does good damage. Rather than fucking around switching between elements, which is, you know, the entire point of Black Mage, but Not half bad. That painfully dull expression on your face had me worried. I suppose you'll do after all. Do? For what? Try to keep up, will you? I abhor repeating myself. Let me start at the beginning. 2,300 years ago, the greatest mage our realm has ever known, that would be me, compiled a choice assortment of the most potent offensive incantations and invocations into the school known as Black Magic. You still seem puzzled. I also devised a spell that would allow my memory to one day return. My reasons were twofold. For one, I simply had to see for myself how the art of destruction would be handed down eras after I had inevitably passed. For another, I knew that without my guidance, this realm would one day meet most certain... Oh, this won't do. I thought this girl's stronger than this, but these eyelids grow heavy, and my consciousness wanes. I suppose I'll just have to take a little nap. But remember this, my puppet of destruction. You have an important role to play in the battle to come. A battle that will decide the fate of your very world. Till next I wake, shirk not your study of the art. And now is Lili back? After? Where are we? It is as if I woke from the strangest dream. And yet my every limb aches, as if my respite were more exhausting than the fiercest of battles. Did you perchance observe anything odd happen to me? Preposterous, or so most would say. You've no reason to tell me falsehoods, and it would certainly explain the curious symptoms I find myself experiencing. Shitoto, the mother of our dark art, she who pursued the power of destruction to and beyond any limits that could be conceived. Has her consciousness truly taken up residence in my own mind? Huh. It's no use. I call out, but she doesn't answer. Whether she slumbers or simply deigns not to answer, I cannot say. I fear I'm at something of a loss. Let's return to the sacrarium and clear our heads. Mayhap the answers we seek will yet reveal themselves to us. Frog. You're both sad. That's all this guy does. Oh, people sad. That's amazing. I'm afraid it's no use. I've called out to Shitoto within my mind time and time again. I'm met only with silence. Only Master was still here. Surely he could shed some light on the matter. After all, it was he that recorded for posterity the words we used to summon forth Shitoto's memory. Wait, that's it. Master himself may not be here, but his writings may yet contain the answer to our queries. It was within the statue of Nal that the memory slumbered. This does not strike me as mere coincidence. I believe that settles it. I'll return to tomes and see what knowledge can be gleaned. We might prepare ourselves for whatever task awaits us. This holds for you as well. whatever Shitoto's motives for returning to us, I cannot shake the feeling that ill happenings are afoot. I suggest you resume your studies with the utmost of urgency. Ah, after. Good. For better or for worse, it would seem Shitoto is still enjoying herself a peaceful slumber. In the meantime, my study of the books of Nalthal has proven rather enlightening. In particular, I was surprised to learn that while the statue in Nald's reflection is a relatively recent construction, in historical terms of course, the goblet it holds in its hands is quite ancient. It would appear that it was within the vessel Mistress Shitoto's soul was sealed away. Master's record goes on to state that the inner surface of the goblet is inscribed with a message in the glyphs of ancient Mark. It reads... yes, here it is. The power of destruction did rend the baleful star, and peace doth reign near and afar. Yet 23 centuries hence shall it come anew, and certain doom is sure to ensue. A prophecy of sorts, it would seem. It's been roughly 2,300 years since Shitoto founded black magic, which means it's entirely possible she herself left the inscription. But whatever doom could the prophecy be referring to? Here it's all rather cryptic. Lili, after as well. I would speak with the both of you at once. While I would like nothing more than to catch up on old times, I come bearing grave tidings. My friends, pray, lend me your aid. Well, if it isn't our favourite Gobu-headed hero, I would have thought the seventh hell would freeze over before you cast your lot with the purveyors of destruction. What have we done to deserve the honour of your grovelling? This is no time for jest, Lili. The situation is most dire. Why, a veritable horde of crazed golems has burst forth from the lost city and is wreaking havoc on the Twelveswood even as we speak. Whatever foul sorcery led them to abandon their orders and run rampant, we cannot say. One thing is certain. If we do not deal with them, and do so swiftly, there is no telling what damage they might inflict upon our forest home. It does sound like a cause for concern. Very well. I suppose it would not kill us to put the matter of Shitoto aside for the moment and... Huh? Wait. No. Not now. Ugh. I say, how can the girl think straight with this ungodly fool's cap weighing her down? Or perhaps she can't, and that is why. But of course, it all makes perfect sense. Oh, hello there. Did you miss me and my prodigious intellect? Of course you did. Now look, we haven't much time, so do try to keep pace. This surge of ether, just who or what are you? Yes, I'm sure there's so much you'd like to know. But where would that get us? I've already heard all I need to know through the girl's ears. We're needed in South Shroud, yes? Rampaging golems, was it? Indeed. I've tasked a whaler named Alphine with looking into the matter. With any luck, he's gleaned some knowledge which might avail us in plotting a suitable course of action. Alphine, South Shroud. Yes, I believe the great Shitoto was all she needs. Well, come now. No point in standing around like gawping gobus when there's work to be done, right? Right. Shitoto. After, I'm most grateful for your aid, do not get me wrong. But if there is anything that you and Lili would have been keeping from me, mark my words, I will hear of it in full when our task is done.
South Shroud.
I also need to change the title because we're on Black Mage, not Machinist anymore. I nearly forgot. Yo! Welcome, friends. You come seeking news of the golems, yes? Would that I had any to give. Fear not a single one of the creatures has manifested itself before mine eyes. So you say, my good man, but is it possible that you did not see the trees for the forests? Sometimes that which we seek is right before us, and we need only attune our vision. Why? Is it just me, or do I spy a number of curious stone structures peeking out from the brush? Yes, I have an inkling that our foe may be hiding in plain sight. But just how is one to distinguish living stone from the more ordinary type? Why, I do believe the former would take far less kindly to being scorched with a burst of hell's fire. So the plan is clear, yes? Let's get blasting. I mean, she does have a point. Oh, come on. That's not suspicious. That's a fancy-looking golem. Like, that's metallic. Oh yeah, because I'm not level synced, I could use triple cast here. But what level do you get? Oh, that was at 60? Oh, so I should have had 5 for. I guess I must have just not been paying attention. What? I do that. I do that quite a lot. Xenoglossia I wouldn't have. And Despair I won't have. Okay. Not that I think I've ever used Despair and Xenoglossia. That was fun, wasn't it? Now, while I'm not one to repeat myself, it seems I should make an exception for the slower members of our band. You have the privilege of standing before the Archmage Shitoto. Or rather, a memory of the same, which is awakened after years of slumber to rescue your realm from a fate most dire. Lady Shitoto, if that is truly who you are, I cannot deny your arcane prowess, yet there is much about this matter that does not sit well with me. Pray, explain yourself. What is this dire fate of which you speak? Oh dear, you really aren't very smart. Very well, I shall begin from the very, beginning. Dear me, did I almost rhyme? Who does that anyway? Anyhow, the tale begins some 2 millennia ago, when the great civilization of Mark was still in its infancy. Our scholars ascertained that a mighty comet awash with unspeakable ethereal energy was on course to strike our fair home and reduce it to so much rubble. And so I thought to rectify this situation the only way I knew how, by blasting the foul rock out of the sky with the most powerful destructive magic our realm had ever seen. This, more than anything, was what spurred me to developing the art of black magic as it's known today. Needless to say, my plan was a remarkable success. A massive chunk of the comet was shattered, knocking it clear off its path and sending it spinning harmlessly off into the heavens. The story, however, does not end there. Fragments of the meteor hurtled and embedded themselves in the earth. While small enough that their impact caused no significant damage, they remained beneath the surface, brimming with ethereal energies, just waiting to be unearthed. Needless to say, these otherworldly stones drew the attention of mages far and wide, who sought to claim their powers for their own. These are the stones that gave the golems their souls, by whose power many a city-state flourished. And yet, these stones held yet further secrets. When two of them were brought together, they would call out to one another, ether reacting to ether to augment their mutual powers to still greater heights. Mind you, the power of mere fragments, even in a heightened state, would be far too meagre to be cause for concern. One threat, however, still lingered. What if the comet, the mother stone as it were to return, its circuitous orbit bringing it into shouting distance of our world once more? Would not its remnants, its children, summon it hither in all its destructive glory? Preposterous! Did your vaunted black magic not knock the comet clear across the sky? Why, it's simply inconceivable that its new path would bring it around back in our direction. Inconceivable to feebler minds, mayhap, but not my own. In fact, I posit that the comet is drawing nearer every moment, and it's for this very reason that the golems are now running amok. If left unattended, the implications for this world would be calamitous indeed. Fortunately, you have an ally in the impending battle, a prodigy who foresaw the danger that was to come, and sent her memory into the future that she might return to save the day. Do you mean to say that you predicted that this threat would come, over 2,000 years ago, mind you, and devised an incantation for the sole purpose of allowing you to return to us in our time of need? I do believe I've already said precisely that. Of course, I did not do it entirely on my own. The spell would have been lost to history if crazy old Kukuruka hadn't dug it up when he did and recorded it for posterity. Dear little Lila and After also played their parts as well. Oh, how wonderful it is when one's followers, against their natural tendencies perhaps, manage not to make an utter mess of things. I must admit, the whole story still strikes me as a bit far-fetched. I mistrust neither your motives nor your skill, Lady Shitoto. As a hero charged with the protection of this wood, I cannot leave this matter to you alone. I'll accompany you and offer what aid I can. But first, let us return to Uldar. I would hear more of the plan you propose before we take action. Must you? Very well. Just promise you will not get in our way. Now come along, my puppets. I have a realm to save, and you're going to help me. So, this has nothing to do with the Void Scent, which seems a little bit odd, given the majority of the Black Mage story. But I don't hate fighting golems and all of that stuff, so... it's all good. The hero assures me that there have been no golem uprisings elsewhere, and since he clearly is too thick to tell a convincing lie, I'm inclined to believe him. This means that we still have time to form a plan of attack. I do pride myself on my honesty, and so I'll be honest with you when I say this. Your art is, to put it kindly, not looked fondly upon in our day and age, and your story stretches the limits of believability. We cannot stave off this calamity alone, but any entreaties you might make are not like to find a receptive audience. I, on the other hand, have friends in positions of some prominence. I shall reach out to them and see what aid they are willing to offer. How charming. He actually thinks he might prove himself useful. In your spare time, might you not ask your astrologian friends if they have any recent calculations on the comet's path? I have no reason to doubt the accuracy of my own, of course, but I was working off 2 millennia old data. As you wish. Forgive me for being forward, but might I inquire as to the well-being of our mutual friend Lili? She is still in there somewhere, yes? Oh, she most certainly is. Worry not. The girl's consciousness is just enjoying a short respite. Which reminds me, I really am due for a nap myself. Be a dear and do try not to let things go to hell in my absence, will you? Shitoto, mother of the art that brought the great floods upon us. Has she truly returned to deliver us from doom? The progenitor of our esteemed art has chosen me as her vessel in hopes of saving our world from a falling star. I can scarce imagine a greater honour. Come after. We must put our minds together and figure out how we might best do her bidding. Wait, Lili, if we take her words at face value, Shitoto has only the realm's best interests at heart. And yet I, for one, remain sceptical. Which is not to say I doubt her intentions, or yours for that matter. And yet we speak of the founder of the very art which gave rise to the War of the Magi and the Sixth Umbral Calamity. Could it not be that even in seeking to save our realm, she is like as not to destroy it? Blasphemy! Why, Lady Shitoto had long since passed when the war broke out. Only a blind, blustering half-wit would even think to hold her responsible for... Though when I put it that way. I understand this. That is why I begrudge neither you nor her my aid, such as it will serve to protect the realm's peace. At the same time, I intend to keep close watch on her. One can never be too wary, after all. In any event, I will gather what knowledge I can of the threat we face, and I'd be most grateful if you could do the same. Might I suggest speaking with your Beastman allies, if the idea has not already occurred to you, that is. I swear, a man's head is made of harder stone than any golem. Still, at least he is cooperating with us, which is progress of some sort. In any event, I'll reach out to our Beastman friends. I encourage you to return to your studies in the meantime. If one thing is clear, it is the task ahead of us will test us to our very limits. After. I trust you've not been shirking your studies. Mistress Shitoto expects much of us, and I would not disappoint her. For my own part, I've called out to her intently, time and again, within my mind, in hopes of conveying any and all knowledge that might avail in staving off this impending disaster. Though she does not respond, I have the distinct sensation that she is listening, some way or another. Doubtless she'll return when she sees fit, but in the meanwhile we can ill afford to bide our time, and so I've taken Zai Nelha's advice. I can just see the smug grin on his face as I say that, and reached out to our friends. Not moments ago, a post-Moogle came by with a missive from our friend Dazar of the 269th Order. As luck would have it, it seems he has knowledge that might serve us well. To wit, reports of recent sightings of rampaging golems. I'd ask you to go on ahead and see what he knows. I'll call for that holier-than-thou hero and join you shortly. Not that I'm enamoured of his company, far from it, but his insights have proven to be not altogether useless on this occasion.
Ugh.
Just outside, okay. You know what, actually, it has been a long time since I've done this. Even longer since I've done it on stream, but let's stand for a bit. That'd probably be good for me. For multiple reasons. When I can get my fucking slipper on. There we go. Oh. Ooh, that feels like it's getting something. Okay. I am being blinded. It really has been a while since I've done After, it has been eons, eras, ages, eons! I have heard that the spirit of the legendary Shitoto comes alive again inside Lilai. Could this wondrous tale possibly be true? It is indeed, friend Daza. He's a capricious type, though, and wakes only when she has a mind to. A fact that I have explained some 700 times to this mutton-headed Hera, who still insists beyond all reason that I should be able to summon her at will. You do me a discredit, Lilai. I merely suggested that if there were some means by which we could summon Shitoto at our own convenience, rather than waiting for her to come forth of her own accord, it might serve us in facing the dangers ahead. Summon her? You speak of the illustrious founder of my art as if she were a mere serving girl. You will watch your tongue in the presence of your betters, lest... I meant no disrespect. I do not deny the power of your art, nor the good it can do in the right hands. I am simply... too stubborn and stupid to fully accept it. Oh well, I suppose none of us are perfect. Myself excluded, of course. 269th Order Mendicant Dazar, I presume. Tell me all you've seen or heard about this rampaging golem. Are my eyes to be believed? Trusted, sworn by, believed? Is this truly the great Shitoto who stands before my eyes? Yes, it must be. I mean, but of course, my lady. Yes, Dazar will tell all he knows. I saw a strange golem. Odd, curious, strange, wandering in the tangle. And that is not all. It was no ordinary golem, no, but rather the same one I saw in a tome handed down from my forebear Dagu, a golem of ancient muck. One of my own creations. And that's simply inconceivable. I designed them to be utterly rampage-proof, and left copious instructions to ensure that my loyal apprentices, and their apprentices, and so on and so forth, would see that they stay that way. Mayhap your followers were not so diligent in carrying out your orders after your passing. We all know of the chaos and destruction wreaked by Makai sorcerers during the War of the Magi. I suspect that poring over age-old documents on the upkeep of golems was the least of their concern. Forgive me my doubts, Lady Shitoto, but you seem quite partial to your creations, and your countrymen. If we were to find ourselves locked in combat with a golem of muck, do I have your assurance you would not hesitate to strike down our foe? You do not trust me. Trust us. This I know. I am not deaf to Lalai's ceaseless grumblings. So be it. You cannot help being a simpleton, no more than I can help being the greatest intellect of any era. That old Kukuruka told me what became of Maki after my passing when he communed with me a century ago. Do you think I deny the senseless destruction caused by my descendants? With the art I myself wrought, no less. Of course not, for I, unlike some of my present companions, am not a bloody fool. But even a fool must understand that a tool is only as good or evil as she who would wield it. So answer me this. What could I possibly stand to gain from standing idly by as my own creations wreak havoc on the realm I once called home? I'll grant you that there is some sense in what you say. In any event, we thank you for your assistance, Dazar. Rest assured that we shall see to the rogue golems before any harm befalls you and yours. To the tangle! Does that overdweller never lighten up? Must be so tiring living each day carrying around a brain of solid stone. Burdensome, wearisome, tiring. You can say that again, my synonym-abusing friend. After, you know the man better than I, and for that I pity you. Is there nothing we can do to buy ourselves a moment's respite from his inane quibbling? Whatever do you suppose is bothering his puny mind? Mayhap he worries for Lalai. Yes, I have observed this as well. Smaller minds are quick to burden themselves with hand-wringing concern for the well-being of others. As if it were not evident the girl is more than capable of taking care of herself. In either event, if he insists on tagging along with us, I suppose it would not hurt to win him over. If only so he does not foul things up at the worst possible time. Anyhow, I do believe we have some golems to smite into oblivion. The Tangle, was it? I'll see you there. Do try not to get lost on the way. Given that the landscape has changed so much from not just one not just one calamity rather, but multiple. It seems a bit odd that she would know where she's going, but I guess she kind of has Lalai's memories as well. These lands were far more dry and agreeable. Okay, I'll just shut the fuck up. These lands were far more dry and agreeable in my day. I suppose much can change in 2 millennia, especially without me around to keep things in order. This is no time to get caught up in nostalgia. We have golems to smash and search for. Not necessarily in that order, I suppose. Yes, I can sense particularly strong etheric energies coming from that direction. I'll accompany Shitoto to ensure she remains focused on the task at hand. Might you survey the area south of here? These environs afford our enemy no end of hiding spots, and I am ill inclined to walk into an ambush. Look far and wide, but can discern no signs of golems, rampaging or otherwise. Return to the southwestern reaches of the Tangle and see how they got along. I think they may have found one. Oh, and Shitoto's been fucked up. Oh. Aid. Ugh. If only this body were my own, I would have raised that oversized block of stone to the ground. I suppose I should thank you for coming to my aid. Had I lost consciousness in the midst of battle, I would certainly have been done for, and poor Lalai with me. No, Lady Shitoto. It is I who owe you a debt of gratitude. Had you not drawn the creature's initial strike, I would surely have met an inglorious end. But that's not the least of my failings. It is my fault, and mine alone, that we were caught unawares. It shames me to say it, my eyes were on you when they should have been watching out for our enemy. Who is this sorceress who wields such frightful power? Does she truly mean to save our realm, or will she destroy it? These thoughts continued to haunt me. No more. Seeing you risk your life for me, a humble hero you've only just met. I say this with no reservations. You are a paragon of virtue, and a model to all mages, white or black. Why, I do believe those are the most intelligent words I've heard you utter yet. Keep talking like that, and I might yet learn to tolerate your presence. But if you think that means I'm going to give you your precious Lalai back, you'd best think again. We still have a falling star to fend off, do we not? My precious Lalai? I have not the slightest idea what you might be implying. You wouldn't, would you? Was it not your grand dream to see the white and the black, the arts of healing and destruction, united for the common good? So says Lalai at the very least. Is the girl not an invaluable piece to the future you would realize? This is all well and true, but invaluable and precious have different connotations. Mayhap not in your time, but the meanings of words evolve over time, you see, and what I'm saying is, of course, Lalai is a friend and ally, but the same could be said of after here, and which is not to say I do not want to see her again, of course, only that... oh, never mind. At any rate, I do believe we've done all we can here. Lady Shitoto, please forgive me for having doubted you. Henceforth, I promise that I will aid you in whatever way I can. And with that, I do believe I must be off. Somewhere. One last thing, if I may, Lady Shitoto. While you are awake and speaking with us, what becomes of Lalai's consciousness? That is to say, is she still in there? Listening? What a curious question. She is slumbering in the recesses of her mind, much as I am when she's awake. But to answer your question, no, she is not listening, though we do have some rather stimulating conversations from time to time. If you'd like, I can share the details. No, I mean, never mind. I really must be getting off to... Right, that place I was going. Are all men in this era so odd? At any rate, I feel my consciousness beginning to wane. Lai will be waking from slumber ere long, and I would return to Uldar before she does. I suggest you do the same. Your friend has much she wishes to discuss with you. I'm trying to use myself as a mouse pad, and it's kind of weird. Kind of works though. Just do it on my chest. No, it probably works better if I do it on my leg, because it's the like verticality of it is weird. Because I feel like I should be dragging down to go down, whereas it just doesn't quite match up with the movement that my arm is used to when using a mouse. I mean, partially because I don't tend to use a mouse up on my chest. Welcome back after. As you might have surmised, this is me, Lai. Mistress Shitoto returned to her repose not moments ago. Before drifting off to slumber, she imparted to me some details regarding what she sees as the next phase of our task. To wit, she would have us venture further afield to investigate any golem menaces that might be stirring out of Aisha. Speaking of menaces, whatever became of that stone-headed hero? I suppose it's too much to hope that Mistress Shitoto finally set his robes alight. He's come to respect Lady Shitoto. I dare say it took him long enough. Still, we cannot hold the man's ignorance against him. Not all of us are blessed with burgeoning intellects. Anyhow, I trust you'll keep me informed if our hero friend exhibits any more impertinent behaviour. I'll think of suitable retribution. I dare say putting him to sleep and hiding his glasses would send a clear message, and be rather amusing, no less. In any event, I should return to my research. As should you. Shitoto will doubtless call upon us before long, and our powers must be primed for the occasion. After, the moment you entered the room... Room? I thought this was a courtyard. I could feel the air crackling with etheric energy. Excellent. Your diligence and your training will surely serve us well. And you come at a perfect time. Not moments before you arrived, Shitoto's voice called out to me from the recesses of my consciousness. She would have us begin to lay the groundwork for the final stage of her plan. As she made it quite clear that we will require all the aid we can muster, I've taken the liberty of reaching out to our Beastman friends. They've convened at Kazag Char's residence at Burgundy Falls, where they await our arrival. Let's not keep them waiting. I must say that this is a benefit that I hadn't thought of with using a wireless mouse, is that I can stand back. I mean, that's as far as that cable is set for right now, but like I can mostly play one-handed while stood up. I don't have a jump button on the numpad, so that doesn't really help. Yeah, that's kind of convenient. Why are you... Okay, it's just not getting enough light. Because, well, my table and monitors are blocking some of the light, I suppose. Although that is also highlighted, because I've not used these lights in a bit, a massive fucking cobweb that I didn't realise was there. Huh. I'll have to deal with that after the stream. My friends, thank you for coming together on such short notice. Mistress Shitoto would have you know that she is most grateful for your cooperation. In fact, I do believe she'd rather speak to you directly. Well, it would seem the gang's all here. I dare say it's time we got this proverbial show on the road. Hira, tell me what you've made yourself useful since I last saw your vapid face. Aye, Lady Shitoto. According to my colleagues in the Eorzean Alliance, patrols have sighted an increasing number of rampant golems afield. Fortunately, none have posed a significant threat. At least, not as of yet. Brings us to the matter of the comet. A colleague of mine at the observatorium has confirmed that it draws nearer with each passing hour, though there is no immediate danger of a collision if it stays on its present course. It is too close for comfort. Yes. Fortunately, I, as is my wont, have a plan. I simply hope that you, my friends, are up to the task. If the hero speaks true, the golems have been causing trouble near the city-states have been more bark than bite, felled with no great difficulty by middling soldiers. For this, I surmise that the gems set within them, their soul stones, have been small and of meagre power at best. And yet, if my theory holds, a more sinister threat lurks in the realm's far reaches, far from the prodding eyes of Eorzean and Beastman alike. This is where we must go. Perplexed, Dozle is. Profoundly, deeply perplexed. By people, to do the work of people, are golems created. To travel so far from their master's domain, these constructs have no reason. True, is this not? Well, I'll be. Possibly astute observation. But I fear your knowledge is lacking, my squawking friend. Golems come in all shapes and forms, and not all are wrought by the hand of a mortal creator. Often a gem of sufficient etheric power will attract all manner of matter, plant, mineral, and animal alike, spontaneously animating it and giving rise to new life. With naught to guide them, these feral golems rove and wander at will. It is these unpredictable specimens that pose the greatest danger. The larger the gem that serves as their soul stone, the greater their power, and the greater the threat when the comet draws near. It would appear our task is clear. Let us split up and hunt down these abominations. I shall join our beastmen friends and make for the west. I'll leave the eastern reaches to the two of you. I trust you'll be able to fend for yourselves. There is one matter in particular I would ask you to investigate. My friends at the Alliance conveyed to me a most curious report, which Lady Shitoto's words just now put in a rather different light. Over in Girabania, in the hamlet of Alagana, villagers have claimed sightings of, in their words, trees that walk like men. These have gone entirely uninvestigated, written off as the delusions and fantasies of superstitious common folk. If Lady Shitoto speaks true, which I do, they are golems beyond the slimmest shadow of a doubt. Worry not, for After and I will uproot them and reduce every last leaf and strip of bark to smouldering ash, won't we? I will leave the particulars regarding the manner of destruction to the experts. I have, however, procured a link pearl that we might better coordinate our efforts. Pray, take it with you. And with that, believe we're as prepared as we could hope to be. Let us be off, my friends, and remember, should aught go amiss, I am but a link pearl call away. A device to allow that pretentious puddinghead to talk to me even if I'm 100 miles away. Far be it from me to scoff at technological process, but some inventions really could have been done without. Alagana. And the first time that we've entered a Stormblood zone for Black Mage. Isn't this the, like, level 58? 68, sorry. Yeah. How interesting. While Muck has devolved into a vermin-infested bog, Girabania is, if anything, looking more lively than I remember it. Not that that's saying much, of course. But look at me, getting all nostalgic for no reason. After all, my body has long since returned to the dust, and soon even my memory will fade. But before that, we have a job to do. I can sense no unusual etheric presence here, so let's venture a bit further into the field. Come along now. You say further into the field, we're headed towards Ralga's Reach. Oh, hi guys! Cool, well, I have no MP. Did you come across any wooden golems? As you can see, these two had the misfortune of coming upon little old me. That is not all I saw. Yes, it was a most remarkable and most horrifying sight. After I delivered a mortal wound to one of the creatures, I saw it extend a gnarled limb and, with the last ounce of its strength, try to rip the soul stone from its cohort's chest. It would seem these feral golems have no qualms about cannibalizing each other, which has led me to a quite frightening conclusion. To wit, oh, if all the... whatever could that four-eyed fool want at a time like this? Yes, if you have something to report, make it quick. What? Yes, it would be wise for you to make a discreet retreat. We'll do the same. We'll re-evaluate our options in the light of these most troubling developments. Very well, I'll join you at the observatorium shortly. Do gather all the information you can from your colleague before I arrive. Gods be good, that hero has actually proven himself useful. It would seem he came across a most startling scene in the hinterlands. A mass influx of golems of all shapes and sizes, as if summoned from all reaches of the realm by some unholy force. I have my own theory as to what this means, but I require more knowledge before plotting our next step. One thing I can say is that we should immediately begin preparing for the worst. In any event, we must move, and quickly. You return to Burgundy Falls and apprise the beastmen of where we stand. I'll go on ahead to the observatorium and see what knowledge the astrologians have gleaned, and join you as soon as I'm able. So is the level 70 quest going to be me fighting a comet? Or is it going to be me just fighting a shit ton of golems? Or one big golem? I'm imagining Copycat Cassie, but as a golem. Where it's like just a bunch of different like heads.
Friends, comrades, brothers and sisters of the Black, we stand at the brink of a disaster most dire. Even as we speak, our foe grows in number. Beings of sentient stone and wood gather, summoned by an unknown force, and united for a common purpose. Purpose beyond our understanding. Beyond your understanding, perhaps, but not mine. The golems make for Somal. In Girabania, I witnessed a most unsettling sight. A golem with an almost animal fury tearing into its cohort's chest. Disturbing as it was all too clear what I was witnessing. The creature sought a stronger soulstone, that it might augment its strength and prolong its own existence. But the power these creatures seek is not limited to that which they can harvest from their own kind. No, they are forever in search of a more potent etheric source. They've finally found one. The astrologians at the observatorium have confirmed my worst fears. The baleful star of our past slowly but inexorably changes course, bringing it closer and closer to this star. As Lady Shitoto says, the golems call out to it, beckoning it ever closer. According to the latest calculations, any further adjustments to its path, and it is all but certain to strike Eorzean head-on. Baleful creatures would climb the highest peak in the land and summon their Motherstone to bring disaster to our realm? Inconceivable. And yet it is just so, my friend. Unless we destroy the lot of them, a collision is all but inevitable. And yet there are simply too many. Even if we could thin their ranks, they would regrow themselves and regroup in no time. So we are done for. Doomed, defeated, done for. Do not give up hope, my frenetic friend. Or do you forget that the most brilliant mind to ever walk the face of Eorzean stands with you? Allow me to propose a foolproof plan. We do absolutely nothing at all. For now, that is. We know that the golems are feeding on each other in pursuit of greater and greater power. So why not sit back and let this process of unnatural selection take its course, till we are left with but a single foe? We are waiting for it to become Cassie, but as a golem. Out of her mind, Shitoto is. Were that to happen, a creature of untold power and puissance, that golem would be. Quite so. It would be the mother of all automata, a golem equivalent of yours truly, if you will, and, by definition, one of the most formidable foes our realm has ever seen. Fortunately, I do believe there is one among us who might stand half a chance against such a monstrosity. After, Lady Shitoto insists that you hold, nay, you are the key to this entire operation. I'm not inclined to doubt her, but I would hear it from your own lips. Can you say with all certainty that you would emerge victorious over this hypothetical golem of mythic proportions? Can you do this? Yeah! Thank you, my friend. Your courage inspires me. Pray, let me offer my strength, that together we may secure the future of our realm. I doubt After and I will have much need of your services, but do feel free to tag along. It would be my honour. And with that, I should take my leave. I must warn the people of the nearby settlements to keep a wide berth of the Great Peak. Mayhap I'll even have occasion to smash a golem or two on my journey. Colour me impressed. Your friends are proving more reliable by the minute. And with that, I should return to the Sacrarium. For my grip on consciousness grows more tenuous by the moment. Pray, return when you can and speak with the lie upon her awakening. After. I've called out to Shitoto, but to no avail. No doubt she's deep in slumber, gathering up strength for the battle to come. She did, however, leave a message for you. Slack not in your training, my puppet of destruction, for your powers will be tested as never before. It's not ominous in the least now, is it? In any event, I trust you'll be up to the task. And this is going to give me Bow and Enhanced Enokia. After, I trust you've prepared yourself well. Our foe musters at Annex Trine. The hour of our final confrontation is nigh. The hero and our beastman friends are en route to the Forelands as we speak, and I would join them with all haste. Come as soon as you're able. Shitoto will be awaiting your arrival. To Annex Trine. So we literally spent one mission of the Stormblood job quests for Black Mage in a Stormblood area. Fair enough. Why, thank you very much, Lili. With my own corporeal form having long since faded to dust, it is an honour and a pleasure to see my legacy carried on by women, men, and beastmen after my own... Oh. Oops, was I just speaking aloud? You can stop gawking any time now, or have you forgotten that we have an army of power-hungry golems bent on destroying our realm to dispose of? Fortunately, I have already formulated the perfect plan of attack. You three will see to the stragglers still attempting to scale the mountain. I trust you can handle that much. The hero, after, and myself will scale the summit, where the oversized, augmented agglomeration of golems surely awaits us. If I may be so bold, Lady Shitoto, I would proffer a small amendment to this plan. Soma-Ol, as you surely know, is a holy place to all the dragons who call this land home. I'm ill-inclined to wage battle without first obtaining their blessing. The elder Seedseer has told me that After has a friend among their king. Mayhap it would be best if she sought the counsel of this Vidofnir before we proceed. I can't believe I'm saying this, but that's hardly the worst idea I've heard today. After all, it could hardly hurt to add another powerful ally to our ranks. What are we waiting for then? Lead the way. Been a while. This is a bad spot to be talking to you. An unholy menace doth gather in our midst, threatening to summon doom from the heavens down upon this realm. Such is thy plight. I too did sense the presence of an intruder in our sacred home. At first I was content to observe. The danger hath grown too great. Warrior of warriors, if thou and thine would take up arms against our common foe, thou dost have my blessing. Well, that's a ringing endorsement if ever I've heard one. Hera, send word to our beastmen friends. We commence the operation at once. There's no time to lose. Let's make for the summit and dispose of the abomination that awaits us before the comet gets too close for comfort. Oh. I don't have to go anywhere. Sweet. That doesn't look too bad. Understood. Pray, leave the rest to us. Lady Shitoto, my colleague from the observatorium has confirmed your suspicions. On its current path, the falling star will sail wide of us, if by the slimmest of margins. And yet that path shifts with every second, bringing us slowly but inexorably to the brink of calamity. Call it a hunch, but but I do believe this imposing fellow might be responsible. Well, glad to see that the obvious hasn't escaped you. At any rate, our task is clear. We need only reduce him to dust before he can summon his dear mother any closer. Well, are you ready to stand alongside the greatest mage to ever live in a battle for the very future of your world? Look sharp. This is our time to shine. Oh wait, I have triple cast? Oh hell yeah. I should probably destroy that, huh? They're kind of getting fucked up. Please stop. Nearly there. Just die. There we go. That was pretty good. Triple cast makes Black Mage much easier. Victory is ours. I only pray it does not come too late. Perhaps if you had some black magic in your repertoire, but it's no matter. I have the utmost faith that after and my efforts were not in vain. That light! The 12 have mercy. Here it comes, and there it goes. And with that, my friends, I do believe we've been spared a most crushing fate. Stand tall after. You and I just saved the world. And I suppose I should thank you as well, Hera, for doing a most remarkable job of not mucking everything out. And with that, I believe my work here is done. While I'd love nothing more than to stay and savour our victory a bit longer, All good things must come to an end. Don't look all sad now. With such promising protégés to carry on my legacy, I can go to rest knowing that I did not mother the art of destruction in vain. You have seen our art wielded for the greatest of good and the worst of evil. Having witnessed firsthand your prowess and the sheer strength of your resolve, I gladly leave the future of our art in your hands. Walk the path well after, of the black. It would have been nice if the memories went into our soul crystal, and that's what triggers us learning the new skill. That would have been a nice touch. That millennia from now, when we have long since faded to a dim memory, those who follow in our footsteps may yet wield their prodigious powers against any who would bring harm to our fair realm. Be proud after. Having shared a mind with Mistress Shitoto all this time, I can assure you that effusive praise does not come easily to her lips. I can still scarcely believe she did me the honor of choosing my body as a vessel. Before meeting her in the flesh, in a manner of speaking, I'd assumed Death's Handmaiden was little more than a witch obsessed with fire and destruction. It would seem my impression may have been in error. May have been? Does your prudish, pig-headed prejudice know no end? As charming as ever, I see. I dare say you could learn a thing or two from your esteemed forebear on how to treat a gentleman. Oh, is that so? After, if you happen to see any gentlemen around these parts, do let me know. At any rate, we're done here. Let's leave this uncultured boor here to reflect for a bit on how to treat a lady. What's up, Kazakh? Many golems did come to scale the peak. They come no more, laid low by our magics. The heavens, too, are calm. I trust your battle with the great beast ended in victory. Just so, my friend. Not to boast, but even Lady Shitoto was most impressed with our efforts. Is that not so? 3 cheers for Shitoto! 3 cheers for after! 3 cheers for the art of destruction! Huzzah! 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 Albeit for me to rain on your parade, but let us not forget that the healer in your ranks played at least a small part in your victory. Squat! A happy day this is! Fly home to share the joy with his brothers and sisters, Dozo will. You will visit Dozo again to share magical learnings, yes? Till then, friend. I too must take my leave, but know that even when we are apart, we always stand as one. Till next we meet, my friend. I too must return to Gridania to deliver my official report. I suppose this is farewell, at least for now. Well, Don't let us keep you. Though, I was wondering if I might express my gratitude to your colleagues at the observatorium. On behalf of Mr. Shitoto, that is. Leave that to me. I fear not all my friends are so open-minded. If they were to learn that I had allied myself with beastmen and practitioners of the dark arts, there's no telling what sort of twisted rumours might spread. Fear not, Lalai. You have my word that as a hearer and a healer, I will do aught I can to work toward a day when you and your fellows can stand proud and receive credit for all the good you've done. I cannot bear to say this in his presence, but our hero friend has come quite far, wouldn't you say? I too would do everything in my power to make that day a reality. And with that, I do believe our job here is done. Shall we return to the Sacrarium? One golem to rule them all. I just realised the title of the quest. I do love the quest names. I'm looking at all of that red, and I'm suddenly reminded that I still have all the crafter and gatherer quests to do as well. All of them. Do I wait until Dawn Trail and just do all of them? Like, back to back? Oy. Welcome back, After. Once again, I must express my gratitude for all you've done, as well as my profound respect. You've mastered our art to a degree that few of us ever attain. While it's not like me to dwell on such matters, I was just reflecting on the hero's words. Once again, the truth of the battle we waged will never be known to those we fought to save. Needless to say, we do not do what we do for accolades or glory. We do it because it must be done, and to say our own intellectual curiosity. And yet, it does not sit well with me. No, I cannot just turn a blind eye while the deeds of my friends and mentors are swallowed by history, never again to see the light. When the day will come that we can emerge from the shadows, I cannot say. But for that day, and for the eyes of all who would follow in our footsteps, I would put all I have seen to paper, just as Master Kukuruka once did. All we have learned of our realm and the arcane, of course. That's not all. I would write of the bravery of our beastmen friends, of a stubborn and self-important hero who against all odds proved himself a friend. Most of all, I would write of the illustrious founder of our glorious art, and the adventurer who she would personally entrust with carrying on her legacy. Why, I dare say the chapter will write itself. And with that, every single job quest, or at least combat job quest, other than Blue Mage. All of the main jobs. Done. No more. Goodbye. Bye-bye. And most of them, I think, only have like one or maybe two quests left at all. Because for the most part, it's going to be role quests now instead of specific jobs. I feel like this would have been the set that looks most like Vivi, potentially. But obviously I can't see what the helmet looks like. Ooh. Ooh. I actually kind of like that. That's kind of cool. Alright, well, now we can go to Animos and finish it. Complete it. So that I never need to go back to Eureka Animos ever again. Ugh. Don't really know where to put foul. Okay. No, actually, you know what? Let's put it there, because I'm pretty much never going to use Umbral Soul. Yeah. I'm sure that Umbral Soul can be really useful, but I don't play Black Mage that much. Well, my retainer is up to level 90. Nice. Part of the reason why I got White Mage up to 98 is because that's what that retainer is based off of, is my White Mage, so I can now get that up to 98, which might give me a better chance of getting level 90 plus gear, which is the kind of stuff that I'm starting to need. Anyway. Animal. Hey, Geralt. And that Black Mage relic done. For Animos. And that bard done. I'll show what they look like in a sec. And so that just leaves Machinist. Although actually, probably before I do that, I'm going to need to... Yeah. Join those up. Then in order to get that one, they're going to need to get joined up again, because it has to be in the same stack. There we go. And that's the last Animos relic.
complete. Get the fuck out of my inventory. Okay, so, Fail Not is just glowy. That's all that these are going to be, is they're just the glowy versions. So I probably don't actually need to show what they look like. Yeah, I just don't like this. Ooh, I do kind of prefer that, though. That's kind of nice. I don't think it's as good as the ARR relic for Black Mage, but I still like it. Okay, but that is all Animos complete. And actually, I can go and progress Argos a bit as well while we're here. Because I have 39 frosted protean and nearly 700 Argos crystals. Hey, Thrill, you're here. Now I can start. Oh, boy. Let's finish off Pleiades. I'll let the cutscene play for this, though. That doesn't look terrible. It just doesn't exactly look great either. You've been in and out, just been laid on the sofa watching Stargate there. That might look better with the Pyros stuff on it, but I could get everything up to the Pagos stage. That is an option. Because then that whole stage of things would be done. Because I can't get another relic completed because I don't have enough light. I have enough crystals that I could buy. I'd need 2 extra Lohi eyes. But I don't have enough light that I'd be able to do it anyway, so... Yeah, let's finish off this stage, because all it needs is light. And so then I can be done with it. Hey. Yeah, so I am about 70% of the way through Pagos, so I will probably have that finished. Depending on how much I play over the weekend, I might have it finished over the weekend, because there's more people in the instances and stuff over the weekend anyway. Yep, so they're all Pagos now. So I need a bunch more crystals. I say that, I only need about 2,300 more. And then any extra that I get after that, I'll be spending on low heat ice because I still need 27 low heat ice, which is the equivalent to 14 times killing Lohi. And I still need 147 frosted protean crystals from light grinding. So what's probably going to happen is I'm going to end up getting all of the crystals that I need before I have all of the light that I need, which is going to be painful, but it is what it is. And then I have pretty much all of Pyros still to do. I have quite a few of the flames, but I need so many crystals for Pyros. I still need about 8,000 crystals. And then comes Hydatos, which, to be honest, I just need to... I've not been focusing on Hydatos. But what I should do is keep an eye out for when people are doing Baldessian Arsenal runs so that I can join just to do the support fate, get the 30 crystals, dip out, and then go back to doing like Pyros. And that's probably what I'll do when I'm in Pyros. So yeah. Anyway, that is going to be where I call it for today. When tomorrow we will be streaming, at least that's the plan, depending on how I feel, and it will be finishing off Cyberpunk, because I think we're done with all the side quests now. So it'll be finishing off Cyberpunk's main story and then going into Phantom Liberty. And then Sunday we'll probably be playing more Phantom Liberty. And depending on how that goes, I'm not sure what the midweek streams are going to be next week. Because I've not been doing too great, like, health-wise, with just, like, headaches and general illness. So we'll see if I can actually do 3 midweek streams, like the schedule says, because I don't think I've done that since I started back up streaming after my hiatus. So yeah, but we also still have the Alphascape raids to do, as well as I don't care about, as well as the Alliance raids, and then getting into the patch MSQ so that we can get to Shadowbringers, because I do want to get into Shadowbringers, because Shadowbringers is when we start getting into content that I don't know. I've done all of the Shadowbringers MSQ just on my previous character, but I was like skipping almost every cutscene and stuff, so most of it I don't know. But I know where I'm going and what the areas and stuff look like. But I unlocked the Beast Tribes. Didn't actually do any of their quests. I unlocked the first Alliance raid, but didn't actually do any of it. So when it comes to like the trials at the end of Shadowbringers, when it comes to the Alliance raids, the Beast Tribe stuff, like that's all going to be blind, which I look forward to. And then obviously anything from that point onward, I have no fucking idea. So yeah, and I've not done any Bosya. I know of Bosya, I've seen like Cider Spider play it, but I've never actually done any Bosya. So there's that to look forward to too. But anyway, I'm rambling. I'm tired. I'm gonna go wind down. Have a good one, and I'll see you next time. Later.